Yeah, here is Elon Musk saying, "You have said the actual truth to this guy who is a Nazi." Going, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations, coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want the truth said to your face? There it is. Elon responded to that and said, "You have said the actual truth." Yeah. Bestie Marks was really funny with his take. He said, "Elon Musk is not a fascist. Here's proof of him standing next to me, a fascist."
Welcome in. In light of every news article that I woke up to today, I caught the end of it. They were talking about the border stuff, and I've been overly chatty about the topic in other people's chats, so I thought, maybe I should just get everything I have to say, bunch it together, and just, make a half-ass stream out of it, rather than write essays in people's chats. I caught the end of it though. It was pretty cool. I like seeing everybody do little collabs and stuff. Need to try to do stuff like that more often. Here's like people get a certain kind of like awkward and uncomfortable when you talk about it. Like it's almost a given that the Hispanic community, the migrant community is fucked, you know? Like I'll bring it up in people's chat and it feels like, sometimes it's the streamer, sometimes it's the chat, sometimes it's both, but they'll change the subject. They'll kind of like ignore what you said and quickly change the topic or try to make light of the fucking conversation with the joke. But people are very, very, what's it called? Avoidant, maybe, of the conversation in general. Maybe it's because nobody feels like there's anything they can do about it. I kind of feel like that in a way because it was really fucking hard last time, and this time it's going to be worse. Um, yeah, definitely all that has been on my mind today. I woke up this morning and I saw the fucking executive order on birthright citizenship. And you know what? Even if they fight it in court, the fact that it's on the table right now is pretty fucked up. Like, we need to stop saying mass deportation and we need to, like, kind of call it what it is. They're trying to do an ethnic cleansing of the United States, you know? Anyone who's not, like, white, Anglo, fucking whatever the fuck, Protestant wasps, like, yeah.
After the Nazi comic dude, E Fatlo, I'd like everyone who thinks Elon Musk gave a Nazi.
And there's a lot like okay, so last time Trump fucking like was inaugurated, their playbook is to just like throw a whole bunch of crazy shit at the wall so that it's hard to focus on what they're doing, you know? And I think the Nazi salute that Elon did might be one of those diversions, as mask off as it is, that's got everybody talking in the headlines. And yeah, the fucking deportations are still going on. I'm pretty sure if I fucking look at any of those like Bakersfield, I'm sure I could find stuff in Bakersfield, LA. I heard that people were getting deported during the wildfires, but I haven't like
Nightmare
really
blunt.
gotten like a solid news article that was more word of mouth.
Oh God, I do in some like it is a weird situation.
I feel like I've been like ringing the alarms on this for so many years now. Like I've shown people this 1,000 times, you know. And people are like, "Oh, that's crazy." You know, I don't know if they like imagine themselves walking to the store and seeing this, you know. But this was a whole year ago. This was December 2023, actually. And everything that Greg Abbott's been doing with Operation Lone Star, like I've been saying, is going to be like done on a national scale. So maybe they thought that that's just Texas. That's not going to happen here. Well, fucking guess what? You know? It's blocking the whole ass road, you know? Blocking businesses like we saw in that video.
Chick says Elon Musk.
Like even Hassan doesn't really like stay on the topic very long or really like, I don't know, like on the border stuff. Maybe he'll fucking like, maybe he's afraid of the fucking attention from Border Patrol. I don't know. I wish he would be like shining a light on like, I don't know, someone, but then again that could also be a bad thing, because when the fucking leadership finds out about any of these charity organizations like Annunciation House, then people like Ken Paxton come along and try to shut it down. Like this is a good organization that like I guess you would think you could spotlight, right? But then it gets too much attention and it gets damaged. The fucking attorney general says, "Okay, yeah, let me abuse my power and try to shut down this fucking shelter." And like Ken Paxton's whole thing with these guys is he's trying to say that this migrant shelter is trafficking human beings. But before those migrants get dropped off, you know who's dropping them off? ICE. ICE transfers them over to the shelter. You know, because somehow ICE can't fucking like handle the capacity that they have, the amount of human beings. But they work with ICE. You know what I mean? It's kind of a self-report because you're calling ICE fucking traffickers too, but like, I don't know. The whole thing is just so fucked. And this is one of the few organizations that actually does help people, reunites the families, fucking like treats them with dignity, provides the housing and shit. But yeah, as soon as fucking like they became more known, yeah, I guess, I don't know. They're gonna be talking about Doge now. When you talk about Elon,
Doesn't matter.
I'm starting to think Elon Musk is just like the fucking king's jester, you know? Like all of this publicity stuff, like fucking Elon's just gonna keep doing fucking dumb shit, getting himself in the fucking headlines. And like he'll be the main fucking like distraction from all the shit that they fucking like keep passing, especially in the first fucking month. From this day forward, he's gonna be fucking signing that fucking shit. Like he's gonna sign shit till his pen runs out of ink. I've said this before. When fucking the liberals are in power, they fucking sit on their hands. They don't do shit. Nothing will fundamentally change. The second this motherfucker's in office, he's signing fucking like 70 fucking executive orders and shit. Signing shit till the fucking pen runs out of ink.
Yes. Henry Ford purchased a newspaper.
And like I get that, like, you know, there's been a fucking genocide going on. And that's also gonna, like, you know, take everyone's attention away from the people under threat at home. But like it's getting really fucking bad. It's bad now. It's already bad. Like I've got like a whole, like, it's the same playlist I do every single time. Like we could watch Witness Thorneo again. We could watch the Minutemen documentary again. Maybe somebody will fucking stop by. We could show this fucking shit again.
So you get a good shot. Picking up this trash somebody left on the trail. It's not yours, is it? All you have to do is tell me. Is it?
Like how many times, like, you know, do I just... And I'm usually screaming into the void. It's about the best I can do is scream into the void as far as this goes.
Yours. Not yours. You're not going to tell me, huh?
720142.
I could show this again that I've shown 1,000 times. Of course, I'm sure that's going to be updated and worse very soon.
Munich office. Adolf Hitler also gave Henry Ford the Medal of Honor.
Like, we know they're Nazis, you know? Like, we know this already. We know this. Their mask off. The mask came off a long fucking time ago, you know? Like, there shouldn't be any more debate about whether the alt-right are fucking neo-Nazis or not. Or even if it falls into some other fucking subgenre of fucking fascism, it's still fucking fascism. Yeah, where do we begin? Where do we begin?
God is great.
God is good. Let us thank Him for our food. Bow our heads. We are fed. Thank you, Lord, our daily bread. Amen. So you said you did the mile in the 7 minutes and 50 seconds?
55.
That's slower, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta push it. You don't want to have nothing left in the tank when you're done. Give it all you got. I remember when you brought home your first pocket constitution and said, what form of government do we have in the United States of America? So we have a constitutional democracy. Do you know what form of government we really have?
So this is a 7-year-old documentary. But what's crazy to think is 2018 was 7 years ago. The pandemic was 5 years ago, or began 5 years ago. Not that it really ended. But a lot of time has passed. We have been listening to the same comedians give us the same fucking stale Donald Trump impersonation for 8 years now. And we're going to be hearing those fucking stale ass fucking jokes and Trump impersonations and mimicking his fucking hand motions for the next 4 years. It's going to be a decade halfway through this term.
Here we go again.
We have a constitutional republic. Power comes from the people of the United States of America. And it's the voice of the people, it's the will of the people. Our position is the people need to take point. Take a good look.
So the reason I'm going through, border militias in these documentaries is because as somebody that lives in El Paso, a city that borders Mexico, these are the out-of-towners that we're going to see. These are the people that are going to hang out outside of the migrant shelters, holding guns, carrying knives, using hate speech. These are the people that are guarding the border. And you see all these little red dots right here? Those are the ones that are actually accounted for. There are skeletons that have not been reported, just out in the fucking deserts along the border. Just need to remember what the fuck the fucking page is called. Battalion Search and Rescue. That's who it was. And I'm now going back to a pretty old post, aren't I? This is from October of last year, around the time of Dia de los Muertos. New Mexico Sheriff, let me make sure this is actually showing up right. New Mexico Sheriff and medical investigator refused to recover 8 separate sites with human remains. They had an interfaith service for the lost but not forgotten in the open desert of West El Paso. Priests, ministers, and nuns, sisters, Franciscan brothers, volunteers, journalists, media, friends, and community members all bared witness. It was a moment of solidarity and lament over lost lives on the border, an attempt to give dignity at a time when officials and politicians are doing all they can to dehumanize those seeking safety. 55% of the deaths in this area are women and young girls as young as 16. Over 100 bodies identified as females have been found here in less than 2 years. Hundreds more are yet to be found. Now local officials are flat out refusing to recover these missing persons. And whoever the fuck is watching this, you're also now a witness. This was back in October of 2024. Alamogordo is kind of a small town, I guess north of here. But it's one of those places in New Mexico. Sometimes when you're driving in New Mexico, like when I'm in El Paso, I feel like a white guy, like I'm white passing in El Paso, but if I go somewhere like Silver City or like Alamogordo, they're like white there. They're like country accent white, which is weird because I'm leaving Texas and you know what I mean. But I've actually felt pretty out of place in Alamogordo and Silver City.
At the face of the militia and the 3% movement, these are patriots that are not going to have their rights infringed upon, and our way of life will be preserved and maintained.
He's talking about this, but they're training to come to my city.
So help us God. Guns up!
I don't want nobody taking my gun rights away from me. I don't want nobody taking my freedom of speech from me. You know, so I'll die for that. Hell yeah.
There are over 10,000 members that identify as 3%ers across the United States as of 7 fucking years ago. The name 3%ers is derived from their belief that only 3% of colonists took up arms against the British during the American Revolution. The 3% security force believe they must uphold this legacy and defend their constitutional rights against perceived enemies, both domestic and abroad.
This is where the administrative part of the operation takes place. So I put on my sidearm when I leave.
Chris Hill, also known as General Holy War, also known as Blood Agent, General of Georgia's 3% security force.
To go to work each morning, and I keep it on my side until I get home at night. Yeah, so I am definitely pro-constitutional carry and pro-Second Amendment, and nothing in the world is going to change that. So I am General Holy War of Georgia Security Force 3%. There are several different chapters throughout the country. The media will paint militia groups as anti-government. And it's not anti-government, it's anti-tyrannical government. I mean, initially I'd say, fuck yeah, I'm all alt-right. I mean, alt-right to me would be a conservative, maybe a white or black Christian conservative that has strong convictions about upholding and defending the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
So, let's see. This is about a year after the documentary came out. Right-wing militia group operating in southern New Mexico began stopping groups of migrant families and detaining them at gunpoint before handing them over to Border Patrol agents, raising tension over the tactics of armed vigilantes along the border between the United States and Mexico. Members of the group, which calls itself the United Constitutional Patriots, filmed several of their actions in recent days, including the detention this week of a group of about 200 migrants who had recently crossed the border near Sunland Park, New Mexico. Now, if you're curious where on this map Sunland Park, New Mexico, it's that big accumulation of red dots in the middle. That's Sunland Park. with the intention of seeking asylum. They uploaded videos on social media of exhausted-looking migrant families blinking in the darkness in the glare of what appeared to be militias' spotlights. Professed militias have long operated along the border with attempts to curb the flow of undocumented migrants into the United States. But targeting the recent influx families who are legally allowed to request asylum and often quickly surrender to Border Patrol agents is raising tensions with human rights activists in this part of the West. The American Civil Liberties Union denounced the militia's actions in a letter on Thursday that asked New Mexico's governor and attorney general to investigate the group. The ACLU said the militia had no legal authority under the New Mexico federal law to detain and arrest migrants in the United States. We cannot allow racists and armed vigilantes to kidnap and detain people seeking asylum, two lawyers at the ACLU said. Maria Martinez Sanchez and Kristen Greer-Love said in the letter. In a statement, Hector Balderas, New Mexico Attorney General, said these individuals should not attempt to exercise authority. So pretty much like Border Patrol tried to distance themselves after that, but this is what these guys do.
And if there's one thing
They always say a bunch of shit about the Constitution, but that's what they do.
that we can't have in the United States of America, it's a disarmed populace. I got to be prepared to move quick if I get some
I remember General Butt Naked. That's an old school Vice documentary.
information that says there's a martial law, there's a nuclear attack, there's a
He was like a warlord. I forgot what country it was. It was like Ghana or somewhere else. He was a warlord, killed a bunch of people, and then became a politician.
chemical or
But Vice did a documentary on him.
biological situation. I'm getting prepared for anything short of a nuclear bomb landing on my forehead and killing me. I want to survive it. And if it's done by a hostile force, I'm going to kill as many bastards as I can before they get me.
Perceived as hostile. You know, the wording is, you know, against perceived threats, right? And then look how, like, gung-ho they are. They're just fucking foaming at the mouth of the idea of using their shiny guns to kill people. And we're just supposed to fucking, like, I don't know, just ignore it, I guess. Ignore it, and then people die, act sad for a few days. Fucking Greg Abbott offers his fucking thoughts and prayers, and then
And move on without remorse.
there you go. Once a month, Chris and his group get together for field training exercises.
Most people look at
You got the Blue Lives Matter, you got the infidel flag, you got the Don't Tread on Me, you got the US flag, and you got the Marine flag, the crayon.
militiamen and three percenters as being uneducated Southern redneck types. You know, it's quite offensive, really. I mean, we're
Okay, but if the shoe fits,
talking about a group of people who come from all walks of life. They're professionals, they're teachers, businessmen, they're engineers, electricians.
this is actually what fucking peak performance looks like.
Yes.
They're actually, like, you know, better than a real army, you know?
Chris at this morning.
They're definitely not like a group of like weird alt-right fucking racists just seeking a sense of self-importance. They're not fucking, you know, LARPers or anything.
So if we want to go ahead and start some breakfast, go help yourself. You're welcome. Eggs and bacon over there, sir. Eggs and bacon over there, sir, ready, so.
She kind of like reminds me of the lady from the Minutemen documentary, which is what I was gonna go through next.
In the
I
suburbs
watched
of
it
Los
a whole bunch of times, but like, now wait, go back. I'm refreshing because she's in the thumbnail. This was filmed, I believe, in 2006. So we'd be looking at like 10 years apart. I gotta pay attention to the fucking name. Boogeyman. Is that like his call sign or something? Boogeyman?
What?
I like how he's got the fucking high vis branding right on his goddamn forehead.
Waiting on everybody to get up and get rolling out of bed, which most everybody is already. Some of us have had breakfast and we're preparing for the day. We'll start the training just shortly, as soon as
It's a camping trip with guns.
blood agent gets out of the rack. We'll go from there.
We went into quick cooking mode. Is General up yet or moving? I haven't seen him yet this morning.
That's like a German camouflage pattern on their jackets too. That's like German. Bellamy? Was that her name on the that sounds familiar. I don't think they've shown her name yet.
So
We gotta keep a close eye out. FBI. When tyranny becomes law.
The 3% movement has been around for quite a number of years, but I took a personal interest in the 3% movement
Quantico?
following the election of Barack Hussein Obama. And after witnessing different things taking place in government, after witnessing and learning about things taking place across the planet, that caused me concern.
Swear to God, if Vice just like omitted their names, and that's some fucking. Oh wait. Under the command of okay, so Blood Agent is Chris Hill. I think that's the only like real name we've got so far.
For my individual safety, so I began looking out to other people to help me and to help each other build a network to provide mutual assistance if
It's a lot cooler when fucking King of the Hill depicts it as like a paranoid fucking Dale Gribble. The real thing is just God, so much more lame.
that should ever be needed.
we got new scopes on our rifles. We can't wait to try out. Yeah, see how they.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know.
work. I realized.
Corporal Harley Quinn. Corporal Harley Quinn.
About a year ago that I was not prepared and I did not feel safe when I was out and about in my own hometown with my 12-year-old.
Corporal Harley Quinn. Three percenter. What is this fucking... Wait, what is this fucking page? Oh, this is weird. This is like a page where like people do like... What is this page? fandom. So it's like DC, Marvel, Harry Potter, shit like that. But I guess like somewhere on their website, they've also got like this. What did Google find me? What is this?
So I began the journey to get my concealed weapons permit, have my husband teach me about firearm safety.
It might just be like a different person, but the aesthetics just haven't changed in 20 years. Like literally the aesthetics just didn't change in 20 years.
And once I got that legal, then I looked for a group of like minds, and we're sticking together. And, you know, we're defensive. I mean, that is.
I Googled, what did I Google? Corporal Harley Quinn 3%er. And then that was like the first result on Google. And then like the rest of the fucking like results are like Harley Quinn from fucking Batman. But that was the first fucking thing that came up. And yeah, like I guess this fandom website has like a whole fucking section on the 3%ers. As well as the Oath Keepers. They have a section on white supremacy. There's like low key like a whole bunch of information on different hate groups on this website, and it kind of looks like a decent fucking resource. Like their source of power came from being enforced and also protected by both LAPD and white homemakers that had full support. It's kind of interesting. I might look through this later.
It's our first posture. We are not here to start anything, but we are here to defend and protect our families first, my loved ones, anybody that you see wearing a uniform, and their family, the dogs that we bring. That is why I'm here.
So the 3% movement, it's a prevailing belief that has root and foundation in the Revolutionary War, and the belief that a small group of motivated people and Minutemen, patriots, can defend themselves from tyranny. Yes, sir, I consider myself a Christian. I believe that most of the people in Georgia Security Force 3% would identify as Christian. Our laws were based on Judeo-Christian beliefs. The Bible tells us that there's a fight for good and evil right here on planet Earth. And my views on the religious beliefs of Christians in comparison to Islam, I think that their belief systems are in stark contradiction. In Christianity, I don't think I've never heard of a situation where people are commanded to convert non-Christians at knife point or gun point. But I think Islam is terroristic in nature, and it's good and evil, and that's what it basically comes down to, is good and evil. This other...
So, something that we're going to see a lot of, and of course it's going to be very familiar because, of course, it's, you know, always familiar. The same way that, like, the IOF say that everything is Hamas, we're going to see the Trump administration say that everything is the cartel. The whole manufactured consent thing. So what they're going to use to justify a lot of this stuff is trafficking and cartels. They're going to say that you're either trafficking someone That's why they fucking like did a fascism, or that, you know, they were smuggling fentanyl, which is the other thing they like to say. But pretty much, you know, the imaginary boogeyman is going to be the cartels. Think Marjorie Taylor Greene a year ago talking about drone striking the cartels. Like I legit don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. It could go
Poverty
very
Law
bad.
Center, they've put us on their hate map, which is total bullshit. But if you bring up an argument that they don't like, you're just a racist, and it's freaking nonsensical.
So, my name is Philip King, Corporal Cowboy, GSF knows me by. I found security force a while back. Unfortunately, it was because of a loss of a very good friend of mine. It was Chris that I met first. Like I said, unfortunately, I met them at a funeral, pulled him aside and, hey, talked to him about it, and come out to my first FTX. Everything's been great since then. Come out here, train, great group of guys, and they treat me like family. I treat them like family. If I need something, let somebody know. They're gonna help me out to the best of their ability. If they need something, I'll let them know. I'll help them out to the best of my abilities. While I was in high school as a junior, I joined the Police Explorers program and went on to be a sheriff officer, detention officer. I don't have a military background, but I have a police background. So, being able to train with them gives me that aspect, military aspect, but it also gives them that police aspect. It's a great group of guys. Nothing about this militia is racist at all. Yeah, we have, rebel, flag and whatnot, but the rebel flag is just a flag. It's a piece of cloth. It was an American flag. It wasn't a
Okay. There's a lot to unpack here. One thing that stood out to me is the fact that he was a part of the Police Explorers group in high school. Now, if you don't know what the Police Explorers group is, it's basically JROTC for cops. And I was in it for like maybe 1 or 2 weeks back when I was an ROTC kid. And I left it the moment they said that you have to put on this police uniform. I was like, this feels weird. And then I just like dropped out of ROTC and started smoking weed, thank God. But him saying that like he's in the Police Explorers group is basically him admitting that he has been indoctrinated by police since a very young age. So that's the first thing to unpack here. He was in police JROTC. Now he goes on to say, he provides police experience on top of military experience. One, thinking that a JROTC program like this is legitimate police experience. But also not realizing that the military and the police at this point are basically the same fucking thing. They have melted together. The Los Angeles Police Department budget is larger than some countries' militaries. The police are militarized already. But, yeah, let's see what his patches say. He's got the Batman, he's got the America, he's got the I Am the Danger, which seems to be pretty standard for these guys. But let's see, duct tape. That's a weird one. It says duct tape, turning no into since 1842. There's just a lot to unpack with this guy.
best of times, but it was an American flag. It's our heritage. It does not mean anything. It's a piece of cloth.
This guy, he was a police explorer, he said. He was a police explorer in high school, joined a border militia after one of his friends died, met the militia guys at the funeral. And he believes that, being in the police explorers adds police experience to the militia. He cites his ROTC police experience on his resume.
Do you think that we'd be wearing patches and you wouldn't be? Put that on and wear it proudly, sir.
I can do that. How much you want for it? You got a lot of people that think 3% is white supremacy. That's bullshit. Excuse my language. That's BS. You know, we stand for the Constitution. A lot of people are trying.
And like they always try to especially since 2016 going forward, they always tokenize one member. The Proud Boys had a person of color as their president, but then they said in their own fucking statement that that they were just a puppet, just there for show. But it's also, they can say, yeah, this isn't about race, this is about the Constitution, we're all Americans. But that all falls apart when you start asking them about the invasion, about people becoming a minority. It's going to inevitably slip out that it's all revolving around replacement theory, belief in the great replacement. So just calling bullshit on that.
Want to take basically our constitutional rights away from us. They want to take our Second Amendment away from us. I mean, we stand for that. That's what this whole thing's really about. We use our Second Amendment, to protect our First Amendment.
We're building the next generation. Maybe like Ironwitch said, it may not be our time, but we see that freedom is not free, even in America.
Even in America.
The country is divided. I mean, looking at it from 30,000 feet, this country is straight up divided. We've never been in this situation, not in my lifetime. But in the end, we're not going to yield. We're not going to back down one iota. And, they could take that as, anybody on the planet can take that as a threat, or we'll say it's a promise. Get moving here shortly after we get our bellies full. And
he's literally wearing the bat chest glasses. He's literally wearing the fucking bat chest. Hold on. He's wearing these. One of these guys is decked out in camo, except right on the forehead of his cap is a high vis fucking logo. I thought that was pretty funny.
Get cracking with the training.
Oh, Harley changed her load out.
It's gonna be some high-speed, low-drag training.
And you notice they're all just kind of sitting around, there's not really any PT or conditioning. They're all pretty much just kind of hanging out, drinking soda out of the cooler. Maybe one's making food, but they're all just kind of sitting around and shooting guns.
Gonna be doing haste roadblocks, gonna be doing patrolling, gonna be doing live fire exercises. It's gonna be motivation.
We're gonna shoot some tin cans and then we're gonna walk around the fucking woods once or twice. And then we're gonna get in our RV and we're going to just be rabidly racist to this fucking border town, because it really pisses us off that a city bordering Mexico has a large Hispanic population that votes blue.
Got a lot of motivation. All right, let's circle up, get you some real estate, get a little bit of space, arm's distance. All right, good morning.
Morning!
Morning, morning. All right, so we're gonna get this thing kicked off right, man. We're gonna get our PT in. Yeah, the Second Amendment is under attack. We need to be prepared and ready to combat that. Our first exercise is gonna be side straddle hops. Side straddle hops, 4-count exercise. Gandhi wrote that the darkest times in India's history is when the people did not have the right to bear arms. And you look at Europe, look at the mass influx of refugees and all of the terrorist attacks going on in France. And you see these videos where the terrorists are running the streets, you know, whether it's with machetes or AK-47s, and the poor people in France, all they can do is pick up their cell and you see these videos where the terrorists are running the streets, you know, whether it's with machetes or AK-47s, and the poor people in France, all they can do.
The terrorists are running around France with AK-47s and machetes, and all the poor French people can do is pick up their cell phones.
Just pick up their cell phone and video it. I'm saying, you know, if this is America, drop the damn cell phone and put.
And I say to the people in France, if this is America,
2 shots in his freaking chest and end it.
just use your guns, silly.
Push up. Exercise. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, so their PT is comparable to gym class in elementary school so far.
9, 10.
Buddy up. Recover.
When you look at our group, it's not just about if something's going to happen with the government or if this is going to happen.
Corporal Rambo.
Or if a war is going to happen. That really don't matter to us. If a hurricane hits tomorrow, we're going to be there. So it's not just about, you know, standing up and acting big and bad or nothing like that. Like I said before, it's about the people.
What the fuck is this? Hold on, let's I'm gonna mute it and we're just gonna hold on, I need kung fu music. I need kung fu ambience. Alright. So I'm gonna slow it down. Oh, wait. Oh, I did the picture in picture by accident. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna slow it down. Oh, there's a sleep timer? How the fuck does that work? What does it just pause? What the fuck is a sleep function on YouTube? Anyway. Okay, I guess that's all of it. I forgot that I slowed it down.
Warning, this is a secured area. Go back to where you came from.
I'm sorry, what are they simulating again?
Warning,
this is a secured area. Go back to where you came from.
And just a reminder that, like, you know, they have already, you know, held people at gunpoint in the past. So, you know, it's just weird to me that, like, I guess the general public is just kind of okay with this existing, you know? Just knowing so transparently that, like, they wish harm to a very specific kind of person, you know? Go back to where you came from. Boom, boom, boom.
Warning, this is a secured area. Go back to where you came from. Moving!
Going hot?
Going hot.
All right, for you guys that haven't been assigned yet, bring it over here real quick. So obviously we're gonna need a 2-man search team. So let me get 2 volunteers real quick. Got 1, blackout, 2. All right, I need at least 1 tango. Give me 2 tangos. What we're about to do now is conduct a hasty roadblock. We're simulating that the shit has hit the fan. So you'll be in charge of our detainment area right here. Our first
What do they mean by shit hits the fan? Like, what is this nightmare scenario of theirs that they're just surrounded by cartels? You know? Tuco Salamanca has put a hit out on them.
objective
They're fucking Hank Schrader in the parking lot of the fucking wherever the fuck.
is to make it safely to the RP. Once we get to the RP is going to be to secure the area. Then any traffic, vehicle traffic that we have coming through our perimeter will have to go through a roadblock.
Turn off the vehicle! Drivers! Turn off the vehicle! Stop the vehicle! Turn the car off!
Now just imagine, if you would, for a second, this training in action in the real world. These guys armed to the teeth, these fucking idiots armed to the teeth with the blessing of Border Patrol. Just pulling people over, pointing a gun at you, yelling, "Get out the vehicle."
All right, keep your hands on the fucking wheel! Step out of the vehicle! Keep your hands where I can see them.
Yeah, I'm watching you with that laser on me. What the hell?
Hands on your head! Come on now. Put your hands against the car.
And of course, this is how they perceive it would go down. But, you know, it could go down very differently than what they imagine, considering the fucking delusions that they live under.
I pray to God every day that I do not have to use these skills for any reason.
The skills that this lady possesses, you know? They're like superpowers.
But I'm also preparing my daughter over there in case it happens during her time, and we're protecting
This, like, self-assigned importance. They all just really, really need to feel important, you know?
what my father also fought for, what these men that have served have been fighting for. You cannot give up on that, because then you're letting somebody else define your liberty, your freedom, your rights. No.
Stand by. Going hot.
I just got off of work. I'm a paralegal and do bankruptcies. Pretty cool job, get to help out a lot of people using my wits, my legal jurisprudence. So today we're in Henry Square, McDonough, Georgia. This is the site of recent controversy with people asking that the statue of Colonel Zachary be taken down. There's a lot of talk, sweeping the nation about tearing down everything that represents the Confederacy, everything that represents the South. And the way things are looking in Henry County, D. Clemens and the Board of Commissioners, we believe and we anticipate are going to be advocating for the removal of this Confederate statue here. It's the same group of people that are basically Antifa members themselves, or basically BLM members themselves. They're just occupying higher office.
Antifa, BLM, same exact thing. Believing that it's like some kind of like centrally organized fucking thing.
Office, and they're getting their foot soldiers to do all the dirty work.
But also he's defending the fucking tiki torch fucking like white supremacy guys that march down the street saying Jews will not replace us. No, wait. It was around that same time, wasn't it? That was Charlottesville, wasn't it? What did the tiki torch fucking... Or is he referring to some other shit? Because that was like a whole fucking thing. Yeah, that was Charlottesville, North Carolina that I'm thinking of. But I'm assuming this was like some fucking part of Unite the Right that was going on at the time. Maybe I'm wrong.
But they're all, fighting for the same cause, the same, bullshit belief that everything Southern, everything Confederate, has to be removed because it's associated with slavery. It's ignorant, it's fascist, and...
Fascist is a really choice fucking word to use.
It's straight up terrorism is what it is. It's straight up terrorism for a group of people to go out and destroy property and injure people, on any side of the spectrum. But again, the bigger portion of that lies with the alt-left and these marches that I've been seeing across the country.
Also the fact that like he couldn't be bothered to tuck in his shirt. Have the holster out but leave the shirt untucked. Bold choice.
And these marches that I've been seeing across the country.
He doesn't normally listen to Metallica on full blast, but he wanted to look really cool for the documentary.
We met in 2000 at college. So we've been together.
Also, just adding on to the stereotype of white libertarians with Asian wives.
17 years. A lot of people like the group is racist or somehow connected to the white supremacist group.
I mean, 2017, right? Separate documentary from 2006.
In the suburbs of Los Angeles, home.
I don't want to have.
It begins with a old white guy with the Asian wife. It's every time, It's a trope that's like just been going for decades.
Groups or anything like that, and that's so not true. He really hates racism more than anything. He's the first one who would defend, everybody, no matter what skin color they are.
Oh, snap. We're only like a month away from a possible government shutdown. Did you know that? President Trump is saying we're going to build a wall, and if they don't put money in the bill to build the wall, shut it down. Shut down the government. Can you imagine that? That'd be so awesome. Shut it down, lock the doors, don't let them come back, and build the wall. That'd be sweet, right? No matter what happens, it's better than Obama. Oh my God.
I remember for a while, like, my dad was, like, I think starting to lean a little bit right. I think it was when I was in high school. And I remember, like, being in the living room. The news was on. My dad made some fucking comment about, like, immigrants taking the jobs or some shit. And I, like, looked at him and I was like, hey, Dad, you remember that your son's half Mexican, right? And he kind of changed his view after that. But I kind of do remember that, like, just really weird feeling, like, you know, like you're talking like I'm not in the room, you know what I mean? I think, like, just being a white passing Hispanic in general, I probably still feel that. Because if people don't know that I'm half Mexican, then, like, they'll say some of that fucking, like, mask off shit around me. But this discomfort that this kid's feeling, he's gonna remember for the rest of his fucking life.
No matter what happens, it's better than Obama. Oh my God. That was good. Thank you, Mommy.
You're welcome. Thank you. You gonna clean up the kitchen for me?
Yeah.
Kayla's gonna do her speech. She's gotta practice.
All right.
Hello, fellow Beta members. I'm running for Beta Club president. The reason I'm running is because I want our club to be the best club this school has ever had. We are the future and we need to be prepared. I would like to see all of us come together and build up our weaknesses, our confidence, and our friendships. So join me and let's get started. Vote Kayla Hill, a Beta choice for a Beta tomorrow. Thank you. Good job, baby. All right, guys, tell them good night.
Kayla girl. Sweet dreams.
You too. Sometimes he's come home and he'll say something like, well, I'm done. I've had it, you know. They just ripped me to shreds or said anything that's so false and I've just had it. But then he'll calm down and think about it, and I think he feels like the fight's worth the fight, and then he'll go back into it and he'll do it again because he just feels like he wants to reach somebody, even if it's just one person that he managed to get through to.
It's so interesting how they, like, paint his bigotry as, like, some selfless charity that he's always doing. Like, he's such a good guy. He's always looking out for everyone and making sure the Mexicans aren't around them.
That's enough for him.
Over the last few months, several members have decided to leave Chris's chapter of 3%ers.
The Patriot movement, the 3%ers, they're always splintering. And they split for...
It's interesting that, like...
Always splintering.
What social media platform do you think he's using there? He's not organizing 3%ers using TikTok. Shit, he's not even organizing 3%ers using Twitter or X. Every single fucking time, it's a group on Facebook.
And they split for a lot of petty reasons. More or less, it's screw this guy.
You can probably, like, just go on Facebook groups, do searches for 3%ers, find out if there's a chapter in your area, and find a whole list of people's full ass names in that group. They will post racist shit on Maine using their full fucking names.
My friends are leaving, You know, I came in with this guy, I'm leaving with that guy, and I'm taking 2 or 3 with me. If they break off from me, they basically imitate, you know, what I've done. And for what it's worth, I've probably left behind a lot of, you know, probably 10 different freaking individual groups. And my character has often led to the downfall of 3% security force because I trust people way too much, way too quick.
A former member of the Georgia 3%ers, Michael Ramos, was filmed beating a counter-protester during the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Four men unleashed their aggression in a ferocious attack. Is he a white supremacist?
No, he's not a white supremacist. He's unstable.
Hill told me that's why he kicked Ramos out of the militia after a year.
For the record, I quit the militia because he does not have a stable mind for leadership.
And almost everybody else, they don't want the media in on it. And so it kind of divides the camp right there. That's another reason for people to
So a big weakness for these militia groups is when they get too much media attention. The moment people start confronting them in their day-to-day life, asking, hey, why do you pick up a gun and just do racist, fascist shit? That's kind of fucked up. They start blaming each other and they just fucking fall apart. They just fall apart.
divide. It's, we don't talk to media because we know that they're going to hack us and make us look like, you know, dumbasses or radicals. And then the media has created this big tornado in a little freaking teacup. And they no doubt they sensationalized what they saw. So it's kind of weird, you know. I mean, I'm nothing really. I mean, I'm just Chris Hill up in.
He's just a little guy
in a freaking attic, you know, doing my shit in the computer and fucking running around on the weekends, doing target practice. But I guess some people are interested. It's resonating with some people.
Where's that self-assigned importance? I thought he was like that thin line between us and like this big invasion. I thought this was like his fucking life's calling to protect everybody and be the fucking hero, you know? I thought you were this selfless fucking guy that was like, you know, sacrificing everything to save us from minorities. What happened? Now he's just a guy, a little guy, doing target practice all of a sudden. You know, all of a sudden he's not training for anything.
Somebody out there is going to watch.
All of a sudden they're just a little club, you know, of guys with hobbies.
Watch this video and it's going to resonate with them. Like,
but you know, maybe somebody will like, you know, look at this and be like, that's cool, I want to be racist too.
I know where that dude's coming from. I'm a 3%er. You know, I go out and I prepare for worst case scenario. You know, it's out there, no doubt.
Was he drunk during this part of the interview? He kind of slurring a little bit.
It's not.
Oh my god, dude. Old school Vice anti-China propaganda. Let's check it out. Quick break. This is what happens when you download Red Note. Just kidding.
U.S. officials are closely watching the Chinese military's meteoric growth.
This is 1 year ago. Okay.
It's happening on multiple fronts and fast.
The U.S. and China, two superpowers on a collision course over the future of Taiwan.
It would be very difficult for the United States to determine whether an incoming missile attack was conventional or nuclear.
There are satellite images, and what they appear to show is rapid construction at several suspected silo fields in China.
10 years ago, this arsenal was around 50 or 60. It's now over 100. We see them deploying larger numbers of nuclear weapons. The way that we talk about...
I wonder who is sending the most fucking bombs across the world for the last year. I wonder who it might be that's just manufacturing bombs and sending them across the world. You know, that couldn't be us, right? That couldn't be us. Never. I'll play the old school Minutemen documentary, even though we've seen it 1,000 times. But it bears repeating.
An average house in the suburbs of Los Angeles, home to Angie and her husband Jim, a middle-aged retired couple. Angie is a Republican. She voted for Bush, but today has her doubts. She considers the US border is an open door. Her main concern, illegal immigration.
I don't consider myself a racist, and I'm an American. I don't want to have, any identity other than the fact that, I'm a legal resident of this country. That makes me an American.
Actually, you know what? Let's see what kind of like ICE raid stuff we can find that, maybe isn't getting a lot of attention. Because they're saying Denver, Chicago, Springfield, Ohio next.
This is what Trump ran on. He ran on scared politics. I think it's important to...
What in the fucking Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome, fuck is going on here? Chuck Rocha. Chuck Rocha is an American political consultant born and raised in Tyler, Texas. He's a Mexican-American Democratic Party strategist and former union organizer who was president of Solidarity Strategies. Wait, is he a good guy? He was in the Bernie Sanders campaign? I just wish, you don't gotta wear a cowboy hat to show that you're from Texas, dude. You don't gotta be a caricature. You don't have to be a caricature every single time, I'm sorry. I'm gonna talk shit every time I see one of these Doug Dimmadome hats. I'm sorry. I will. You look like a sheriff. You look like a fucking sheriff when you wear that hat. That hat makes you look like a fucking sheriff pulling somebody over.
Center this conversation to talk about immigration some, and that the last full month of the Biden administration here in December was the lowest crossing at the border since 2020 when Donald Trump was president. Do I agree that if there's bad people here that have committed major crimes, they should be kicked out of this country? Absolutely. But 60...
He's gonna take some centrist ass fucking stance on this, isn't he?
8% of all the Latinos in America know somebody that's undocumented. And for all you folks at home, that's the folks who's picking your salad and milking your cows. On CNN tonight,
Holy fuck, this guy is such a caricature. Holy fuck. Them's the folks that's picking your salad and milking your cows, I tell you what.
South Dakota, our farmer came on this show and talked about how he had voted.
Without them Mexicans, well, who's gonna milk your cows, silly?
For Donald Trump and didn't really think Donald Trump was going to deport the men and women who are milking his cows. Milk's finna go up. Buckle up.
Well, I want to,
Buckle up. Milk's gonna go up. Checkmate.
You made a point here about criminals, because I think they've been pretty clear for logistical reasons that...
I refuse to believe that this guy actually sounds like this. If I just saw him at a restaurant I refuse to believe that he would be wearing this fucking hat, talking about milking cows and picking lettuce.
They are going to start with the, let's figuratively speaking, the lowest hanging fruit, the easiest thing for them to accomplish. Are you, Keith, concerned about a plan that involves rounding up people who are already adjudicated as criminals? Maybe they have deportation orders, maybe they have final orders of deportation, and saying, we're finally going to get you and deport you as a court has adjudicated?
Well, the devil's in the detail, and I don't really know where the details are. It seems like there's a lot of puff right now and a lot of scare tactics. They want people to be afraid about this. I just don't understand how they have the infrastructure to be able to pull this off on Tuesday. I mean, Tom Homan himself was saying, we need 100,000 detention beds in order to be able to do this. And we have like 20,000 or 40,000, something like that. You're talking about doubling the number of detention beds in order to be able to keep these people in some sort of space before you can deport them. How are they going to possibly do this? So I think a lot of what is going on right now is they want people to be scared so that Trump can come in and pretend like he's doing something. We're going to have a lot of executive orders signed in the next few days.
You want to know what I think? I think Trump wants everybody to talk about Elon's salute because it's very outrageous to do a fucking Nazi salute at an inauguration. And he wants people talking about that while he fucking deports a fuckload of people, because all it takes is a fucking shitload of vans pulling up to your workplace, putting you in handcuffs and pulling you away, and you're just disappeared. And once those people are disappeared, they don't have to talk about it on the news anymore. It gets forgotten very fucking fast.
And we're going to think there's something happening, but I don't really think he's going to be able to do as much as he wants to do. But it will be dangerous, but not as quickly as he wants it to be.
I think, though, that what's important to remember is that a lot of the policies that were put in place by the Biden administration are going to be taken away, so that hopefully we go back to the Trump way it was, where the stay in Mexico policy. I mean, we had a week and a half ago in Boston, we had a situation where an illegal was in a housing unit with over $1 million worth of fentanyl, an AK-47 unit with over Boston. We had a
Gail Huff Brown, Republican, former U.S. congressional candidate for New Hampshire. She ran for Congress as a Republican and failed, I'm assuming. I thought it was Roseanne for a second.
Situation where an illegal was in a housing unit with over a...
Oh, illegal was in a housing unit. Oh, no, it says Trump supporter. Here we go.
$1 million worth of fentanyl, an AK-47.
$1 million worth of fentanyl and an AK-47. Let's look. $1 million worth of fentanyl and an AK-47. Surely if this happened, I would be able to find it, right? Four guns, seized from Springfield home. More than 200 packs of suspected fentanyl. Beretta. Semi-automatic shotgun, AK-47. Doesn't say $1 million worth of fentanyl, though. I mean, yeah, anybody can go out and buy an AK-47. Like you can't act shocked when people buy AK-47s when you have fought, you know, for their right to own an AK-47 for like decades now. Yeah, it doesn't say $1 million worth of fentanyl. It doesn't even say that it's confirmed fentanyl. It's suspected. But there's a story in Springfield of an AK-47. And that name does sound pretty Mexican to me. It doesn't say that he's an illegal immigrant either. It just has a Hispanic name. Was arrested for trafficking and weapons offenses. I mean, like, our loose gun laws do send a lot of guns to Mexico. That's part of what feeds the fucking narco state. Guy had a gun and some drugs.
And weapons, and these.
But I don't think deporting people would solve that, especially considering, let's go back. There's nothing here about him not being a citizen. He could be a natural born citizen and not subject to these deportations. What she's suggesting here is racial profiling and deportation of people that look like this guy and have names like this guy. What she's saying is, I don't trust these brown people.
The type of people that they want to get rid of.
have
These
American-
are the, and weapons, and these are the type of people that they want to get rid of.
We have
These
American
are the people.
citizens
I mean,
in Los-
they're-
This fringe case, this one fringe case of a guy, you know, that I'm exaggerating, these are the types of people we're going for. Everyone that is an immigrant is like this, is what she's implying here.
There's
That's
plenty of
and New
people,
Orleans who are killing
plenty of
people as well.
criminals.
I mean, we have American citizens in the United States who are committing acts of terrorism, who are committing murders and crimes. In fact, American citizens, natural-born American citizens, are more likely to commit those crimes than people who come.
The fact that you have to sit here and defend the point that, wait, not all immigrants are drug traffickers, murderers, etc., you know. Hey, maybe generalizing an entire fucking demographic of the United States and threatening them with deportation is kind of fucked up. Maybe this mass deportation is akin to an ethnic cleansing, I don't know. Like, we can't even defend it on the news properly.
As immigrants.
Then
So
they have to
it's
face.
easy to
They have to face a court as well.
It's easy to pick out a case and cherry pick this and say this is the problem that we're all facing because this one person did this one horrible thing, and we can all agree that that's a horrible thing. But that's not how you make policy. You don't make policy because of anecdotal evidence. You make policy based on facts and statistics and data.
Okay, I'll give him credit. I'll give him credit. I'm just so fucking cynical at this point.
Yeah, and the fact remains that the overwhelming number of immigrants here are law-abiding people.
And why the fuck did they bring Doug Dimmadome to fucking talk about milking cows? The fucking... God damn, dude. Look at him.
Yeah,
Let's
and the
look at him
fact
again.
remains
Look at this guy.
that the
Ask Doug Dimmadome about who's gonna milk the cows again.
overwhelming number of immigrants here are law-abiding people who are paying taxes, who are following the law. And this sort of notion of like, we must remove all of them as
And what if they're not following the law? Do they deserve to be deported if they get caught with a fucking gram of weed in the wrong fucking state? Like, what's this fucking, they have to be perfect model fucking citizens if they're gonna stay here type shit? You know? As we inaugurate a president that now has a felony, you know? Not to say that there's people with felonies that are, you know, putting out the fires in California. Maybe, just maybe, no one is perfect. I don't know. Maybe there's people with felonies that can be fucking productive members of society if you give them a chance. And maybe there's some fucking felons that, like, we make president that are gonna do terrible fucking things.
rapidly as possible, and that's the problem with America. That's a really dangerous way to look at it.
Well, they're not going to be able to remove all of them.
That's right.
Like almost everybody acknowledges.
I don't agree with that. They have increased the police budgets to unfathomable fucking levels. And the way it's going to work is it's going to work like Operation Lone Star has worked, where ICE, Border Patrol, the Department of Homeland Security is going to work in collaboration with local law enforcement, meaning the sheriffs, the PDs. And even if the city says that they're not going to fucking cooperate with Border Patrol, that doesn't mean that the county will not. That's why you see a sheriff hat and not a fucking PD hat in the mix. all of those bloated fucking police budgets are gonna go towards these deportations. And to just be like, yeah, well, they can't do it. It's really fucking cocky and arrogant to just blow it off like that. Because the more we fucking like blow it off and fucking stick our nose in the air and say, nah, that would never be possible, the closer it comes to being fucking possible.
Acknowledges that. And so are we going to see a bunch of activity on Tuesday, and then it's going to taper off when people turn to other issues that come up? Because to get to even 1 million is going to take quite a long time. It could take the entire year, let alone.
We have been stuffing hundreds of people in Boeing planes and shipping them overseas for about 8 years now. We have created this large concentration of camps that we put people in, to the point where you can find it on Google Maps. You can find it on Google Maps. I can search Migrant Camp El Paso. And it's right there on the outskirts of town. This is where they take them when they're in ICE custody. This is where they end up. A camp on the side of US 54, barely hidden from the public anymore. Let's go further down. Let's see the accommodations. Let's see the fucking tents they're gonna be in. Oh, there they are. You see these white things. It's out in the open. It's accepted. It's normalized.
11 million, that's probably not going to happen.
You'll see activity. I don't know about a lot of activity, but
Pete Seat, former White House spokesperson for President George W. Bush, says, "Oh, you'll see some activity." And I guess we should just not worry, right? Let's see what former George W. Bush spokesperson says.
But for anyone who thinks that Donald Trump is bluster and bluff on this issue, he ran on it. He didn't run on scare tactics. He ran on what was either the top issue or the second top issue among the American people for the entirety of the campaign. And so you're going to see him deliver on his promise. It will be a promise made, promise kept to start moving.
This is interesting. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Politics and pop culture. I don't know where this guy stands on a lot of stuff. But it's going to be interesting to see how many Cuban Trump voters get targeted under this. And I don't know if it's going to change their fucking view on it or not, because it might not.
Of digital Q called the CBP One app. Trump has terminated the CBP One program effective immediately, which means that tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, all of those asylum claims. Yeah, so the way it worked is when you would show up to the border for your asylum claim, you're supposed to fucking register yourself on this app. And there's been like a lot of controversy around that. Well, they got rid of the app altogether. So as of yesterday, all of those pending asylum claims are just gone. It's all gone. A fuckload of people had to fucking start over. And yeah, I saw a fucking news clip of people crying at the border. Just families in tears. But hey, there's a funny song, so, you know, instead of listening to migrants fucking crying because their lives are falling
Fucking
apart.
around and finding out because Trump has moved end refugee resettlement and parole.
Yeah, I don't like this fuck around and find out fucking like attitude either. It's not productive. It's not productive to be like, hey, you deserve, because now you're saying, yeah, well, this person deserves it because, like, no, don't deport fucking anybody. That's no fucking exceptions. Like, even the fucking people that voted for Trump, they don't deserve to fucking have their lives ruined to be deported or fucking anything, even if they've been advocating for it because they're fucking brainwashed as shit.
For Cubans, Haitians, and Venezuelans. The parole.
But it does go to show that you were never one of them. You were just a useful idiot, I'm sorry to fucking say. If you're one of the Latinos for Trump fucking voters, I'm sorry. People tried to say it. Like, you don't deserve to get deported either, but, you know. We're probably going to see more ICE raid shit. I'm sure of it.
Forward on that.
That, and we're going to see more militia assholes.
But I will say, I think it is a fair criticism that expectations have not been appropriately set. I think that Donald Trump, Tom Homan, the entire team needs to do a better job.
Do you think maybe there's a reason they're not telling us what they're going to do? You think maybe demanding transparency and waiting days is going to like fucking like stop this shit from happening overnight?
Explaining precisely what we will see and when, because there are some folks on my side of the aisle, Republicans, who are going to expect everything to get fixed in 6 months, and there are others who will expect absolutely nothing will happen. Government is government. It's going to be messy. It's not going to be easy, and they need to be honest about that.
What are we in for in terms of the legal environment? I mean, I remember, like almost like it was yesterday, that first week of the first Trump administration, when people were at airports, there was mass confusion both inside and outside of the United States. There were court cases being adjudicated in the middle of the night, all kinds of things like that. It was actual pure chaos.
I remember that. That was going back to the Muslim ban and a lot of the stuff they was putting in. Let me live this in real life. Both of my business partners are immigrants. They've both been in this country over 20 years. One of them under DACA, the temporary service for kids who have come, and the other under TPS from El Salvador. Both went to their entire school in America.
How much do you pay them? How much do you pay your immigrant workers? Do you pay them as much as you would a U.S. citizen? Hey, let's talk about that. How expensive is that fucking hat?
Both graduated with honors. Both of them now are business partners with me and make more money than a U.S. congressman and don't know the certainty of what.
Your business partners make a lot of money, but what about the people milking your cows and picking your lettuce? You know, the ones that we need so much. How much are you paying them?
What their lives will be. Have they broke the law? No. But if they stay past March when one of their TPS expires, then they have, quote unquote, broke the law, to your points about devils in the details. So real people are living this, and I have a very, very good life. And folks around me have a good life. Think about the people who are just trying to make it every day and the uncertainty in their life.
So if this had been an issue that both sides in Congress had been actually trying to fix for years, I could understand this. But this has been a problem that especially Republicans have lifted up and not wanted a solution so they could continue running on it. And this is like the ultimate I'm going to seem tough on crime moment. And it is going to be quite frightening for a lot of Americans to watch these sort of raids. This is not the sort of America that a lot of people.
Weird part for it to cut off. We saw a lot of activity in Bakersfield. I'm not really able to find anything like yet. It's not really anything if I search ICE rate on YouTube. Chicago is on alert for immigration raids.
Sanctuary cities, including Chicago, on our high alert as President Trump has promised raids on undocumented immigrants. So we are out in communities most vulnerable here in the city. And Asal Razai joining us live now. Asal, you're in Little Village, one of those vulnerable communities, and I know you're keeping warm in the car, but you're already talking to some community members who are out. Yeah, Audrina, that's right. We drove around some parts of the south side already this morning, and we made our way here to Little Village. I'll show you exactly where we are right now. You might recognize this area, the entrance to the community here, and we came across the Little Village Community Council with flyers in their hands. They tell me they've been out here for a few days already, handing out information and educating people about their rights should they be stopped by immigration and custom enforcement agents.
One of the main things is letting them know not to sign anything, not to say anything, not to answer questions, and stay quiet. And the flyer that we're giving out, it has phone numbers for the consulate, the Mexican consulate, the Honduran consulate, the Guatemalan consulate, and attorneys that are willing to help them out for free.
And he also told me that the council, along with other advocates, plan to be in this area until about 10 o'clock this morning. They'll also possibly, depending on the weather, will have a rally here later to show, they say, the new administration that they are not afraid. He did tell me he's been in touch with police officials in this area and has asked if they know of any ICE agents that have been staging in parts of this community. He said so far police have told him they don't have any information pertaining to any planned raids in this area. We'll of course continue to check back and bring you updates as they become available. I'm live in Little Village. Asal Razai, CBS News Chicago.
As President Donald Trump begins his second term with a crackdown on migrants, minutes after he was sworn in, an app helping migrants went offline.
Mira lo que dice.
And asylum appointees were scrapped.
Que tenga compasión. Que tenga compasión y lo deje cruzar.
And she is basically begging for compassion from the Trump administration.
Que lo dé un apoyo. Que los apoye.
A migrant from Venezuela begging for support.
Que de verdad venimos sufriendo. Con 6 meses
Suffering, she
de
says.
sufrimiento.
6 months of suffering since leaving Venezuela.
Ya no sé qué va a hacer con mi vida aquí en adelante. Ya no sé
I don't know what my life will be from here on.
qué va a hacer con mi vida aquí en adelante.
Trump has quickly moved to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. Which was implemented during his first term from 2016 to 2020. The rule applied to migrants arriving at the U.S.'s southern border. And prevented them from entering until a decision was made about their applications.
Una de las tristezas más grandes de que
It's one of the saddest days of my life.
ha tenido mi vida porque
because I've
Primero
suffered a lot
porque
to get here.
he sufrido mucho
This is an immigrant from Colombia.
para estar aquí donde estoy, este suelo que estoy pisando. Por toda Centroamérica
Being in Central America is very difficult.
es muy difícil. Nosotros somos,
They see us as a gold mine, as a bank.
nos ven como minas de oro, como banco. Y de cualquier forma
And they try to get as much money out of us as they can,
quieren sacar todo el dinero, ya sea por
either by overcharging people, extortion, or kidnapping.
sobrecostos o por extorsión o secuestros.
One of Trump's several executive orders declared a national emergency on the border. Now I don't know if they're going to mention this or not, but I'm just going to add in the reason for the national emergency on the border is to get military at the border. It's so that he can approve sending the US military to the border, which I fear might tie into, calls to drone strike or go after the cartels in Mexico on Mexican ground, which would be really fucked up. That would be really fucking bad in a lot of fucking ways. In his inaugural speech, he announced he would send troops to repel a disastrous invasion. He is saying that he's going to send troops, not to fight the cartels, though, to repel a disastrous invasion. Sounds like he's just going to put troops in front of refugees.
Welcome back, 7:15 on your Tuesday morning, and we are continuing to monitor all the developments from the Trump administration in terms of deportation arrests and those possibilities. Raids from ICE agents could start this week. So joining me to talk about this possibility is immigration attorney, Chicago-based, Xavier Borjas with Borjas Law Group. Xavier, thanks for being on the program. We really appreciate it, sir.
Absolutely. It's an absolute pleasure for me.
Let me start off just by asking you, if someone locally is in the country illegally, how worried should they be?
Well, I think the rumors are being spread, and it seems that it's a very serious thing at this point. So, unfortunately, I don't want to spread fear amongst the country. But if the rumors are true, I think that we need to be prepared. And I think all immigrants specifically need to be prepared and have a game plan.
Okay, in terms of a game plan, there are folks who are working toward work permits right now. There are also folks who have been charged and arrested with things like theft. How circumstantial is the risk here of a raid?
There's just a lot going on. So he is announcing he's sending troops to the border to stop illegal immigration. So declaring a state of emergency at the border is to allow this to happen. There's Greg Abbott. I have said so many times, into the void, just like I am right now, speaking into the void. Type 1 in chat if you exist. Type 1 in chat if you're present and hear my voice. Into the void. Talking about Greg Abbott's Operation Lone Star. Becoming a national thing because everybody sees what's going on with the razor wire, the saw blades, the shipping containers, dumping sewage into the river. skeletons gathering in the deserts of Sunland Park, New Mexico. And I think it's contained to just this area, you know. But what Greg Abbott has been doing is going to be the blueprint of what Donald Trump is going to do on a national scale, on a much larger scale. And there he is, front and center. Sending troops to the southern border is going to be so volatile. Especially when you have, let me see if I can find it. Well, here's DeSantis talking about it. I guess a few of them have.
Would you be willing to use drones, whatever military it takes, to take out those drug cartels in Mexico?
Yes, I've already said that. We will lean in against the drug cartels. We will absolutely reserve the right. If they're invading our country and killing our people, we have the right to defend this country. We have.
And to be fair, like, yeah, of course DeSantis didn't fucking win. But this was a very heavy talking point. Now here's News Nation 20 hours ago talking to John Bolton.
Ambassador, good to see you. As always, what exactly does designate as foreign terrorist organization mean?
Well, it would give the president the authority to take steps against the cartels that are normally only available to use against foreign terrorist organizations, sanctions authority, ability to freeze assets and that sort of thing. I don't think it adds terribly to the arsenal that we already have from law enforcement, more conventionally understood. And there are some groups like the FARC of Colombia some years ago was a narco-terrorist group. But it's an idea that's been out there. Whether it will have any significant effect against particularly the Mexican drug cartels, color me skeptical.
And there's a difference, right, between calling them foreign terrorist organizations, or something you and I have talked about now going back 2 or 3 years, which is actually treating them as foreign terrorists, meaning drone strikes on cartel kingpins, military raids on labs, that kind of stuff. What has to happen for that to happen?
Well, the designation is a step in that direction, but if it's aimed at Mexico, you know, I don't think it's normally a terribly good idea to wage war against your number 2 trading partner.
John Bolton is one of the biggest war hawks you could fucking talk to. And for even John Bolton to say that it is a bad idea, even this fucking war hawk is saying it's a bad fucking idea.
Trump's already going to hit them with tariffs. That's going to be interesting enough. The effect.
But is he going to be? But is fucking? Is he going to be crazy enough to do it? Is a question. Is he going to be dumb enough to do it?
Programs against drug cartels in this hemisphere have been things like Plan Colombia, which originated under President George W. Bush, and really where we cooperated with the military and law enforcement authorities of Colombia at that time, eventually on the path to eliminating FARC. The problem in Mexico is that the government doesn't like to cooperate with the United States. It's a real problem, but I think waging war against Mexico is not going to make the problem better. It's going to make it worse. And let's also make one point. There's no excuse for what the cartels do, but there wouldn't be a drug problem in the United States if there weren't people in the United States using illegal drugs. So where's the
We lost the war on drugs a long fucking time ago, but I'll go back, I'll listen.
States if there weren't people in the United States using illegal drugs. So where's the equivalent of Nancy Reagan's Just Say No program to try and stop the demand factor?
It failed. It failed. You did your stupid DARE program in schools and you accidentally taught kids how to go buy drugs.
You're on
It had the opposite effect.
our side.
It's not the fucking 1980s, 1990s anymore, and I feel like a lot of politicians think we're still in the 1980s and 1990s. And listen, I love the 80s and 90s. I watch fucking King of the Hill every day. But like, I'm not so fucking out of touch to fucking think shit is still like that.
Fair point.
We lost the war on drugs a long fucking time ago. Like, if we legalized weed in Texas, that's 2/3 of the U.S.-Mexico border that no longer has demand for fucking black market marijuana. You know, 50% of the cartel's fucking profits, but, you know, you don't see Greg Abbott legalizing weed.
And you can argue there's been a lot of work done on the opioid problem. I think about something that obviously J.D. Vance is near and dear to his heart in terms.
I actually failed DARE. They didn't give me the t-shirt, I failed it.
In terms of dealing with that and dealing with, as you would.
But I remember like the little fucking papers that they gave us. It literally would walk you through like, this is Susie. Susie met a guy on the street that asked if you wanted to buy crack. This is what crack is. This is what it looks like. This is what crack does to you. People say crack is really good, but you should not do it. There's even like a Dave Chappelle skit about it, you know. Even though Dave Chappelle's like a NIMBY and transphobic, he does have some good skits from back then.
Point out the demand side, but just real quickly in terms of the supply side, understood in terms of waging war against a neighbor, but or even an ally, but.
But what if we really want to go to war with Mexico?
At some point, if the Mexicans won't play ball and won't
listen to this guy try to push towards like
arrest these guys and are giving them de facto control over the southern border and allowing the various parts of the southern border to be narco states, does Donald Trump as president have not only a choice but a responsibility to take out the kingpins that are killing?
Does Donald Trump have a responsibility to go to a foreign country and assassinate people? No. That's the CIA. You're thinking of the CIA.
More Americans than were ever killed on 9/11.
I'm sorry, what?
A choice but a responsibility to take out the kingpins that are killing more Americans than were ever killed on 9/11.
The drug kingpins have killed more people than 9/11. I think he's thinking of Purdue Pharmaceutical, right? Because he's trying to talk about the opioid crisis, the fentanyl crisis, which began with Purdue Pharmaceutical. Fucking Walgreens is fighting a legal battle for their part in the opioid crisis. Mexico's not getting sued because it didn't come from Mexico. The opiates that everybody got addicted to were distributed at licensed Walgreens pharmacies, and the prescriptions were given out by nurse practitioners. Overbooked fucking doctors, or maybe just doctors that wanted to make a lot of money.
Look, we've invaded Mexico any number of times. George Pershing got a lot of training before World War I going after Mexican bandits. The issue is
That was 100 fucking years ago. That was 100 fucking years ago. We're gonna listen. I mean, even John Bolton's probably going to like get into like. It's gonna be weird that even he's pushing back. At least he's pushing back. It's weird to see John Bolton as a fucking voice of reason. I'm losing my mind. How the fuck is John Bolton? How the fuck is John Bolton the only anti-war voice in this conversation right now? What is this timeline? Like, yeah, dude, it's not Red Dead fucking Redemption, dude. John fucking Pershing. Like,
is in contemporary.
Like Donald Trump's gonna go after Pancho Villa. Like, what the fuck?
Times, is that the best way to do it? I think one thing Trump wants to do, which is to seal the southern border against illegal immigration, which he came very close to doing in his first term. Also,
He did not come close at all. Not even a little bit. Border crossers, the Coyotes, made a lot of fucking money during the last Trump administration. Like that guy being interviewed talked about, they see the immigrants as fucking like money machines, as banks. And they charge them thousands of US dollars to fucking cross the border illegally because they can't do it the right way. Because you deleted their app. You said, do it, but do it the right way. And then you deleted the app.
Serves the purpose of cutting out significant access by the drug cartels. And if you want to go after a problem in addition to Mexico, the Maduro regime in Venezuela, in cooperation with drug...
And that's where John Bolton is. He doesn't want us to fucking go to war with Mexico. He wants us to coup Venezuela and other countries. He wants us to fucking coup Central American, South American countries. He doesn't want to go to war with Mexico. He wants Mexico to be the patsy, to be the useful fucking cooperative fucking buffer state.
Drug gangs in Colombia and elsewhere in South America has been gaining most of its revenues now, not from the sale of Venezuelan oil, but by drug trafficking. So going after regimes like that are affirmatively hostile to the United States.
Is there any proof that they make most of their money off of drug trafficking in Venezuela, the country? Because I feel like they probably make a lot more money from the oil. Oil makes a lot more money than drugs. I'm sorry. But like, if we're comparing the cartels to the fucking oil lobby, I think the oil lobby has a little bit more fucking buying power.
And profit from drug trafficking makes a lot of sense. Let's hope Trump doesn't end up making a deal with Maduro like the Biden administration did.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
I didn't even finish watching this shit. State of emergency at the border allows him to move military to the border. We don't know what the military is going to be used for. There's a good chance that it could be used they could use them for the deportations, you know? We know that the police are going to be there. And like I said, even if your city is a sanctuary city and, you know, the police department isn't going to cooperate with ICE, that doesn't mean that the sheriffs are not, because the city and the county are two different things. Always got to remember that. Looking through the news right now. I'm trying to see if there's something live we can watch. I guess I could just be a cheap ass and see what fucking Hassan's talking about. At least he mentions ice raids in the At least he's mentioning the ice raids in the fucking title. I don't know. Damn. I hope my browser doesn't just keep crashing like this. It's gonna be a big annoyance.
Mr. President, can I ask a couple questions? Yeah, just 1 second. We'll finish up. But you know, these are highly respected guys. I was shocked with Larry because I don't even think Larry does this stuff. You did a very good job for a guy that doesn't do it much, right? But he's so respected, and the group, and it's really an honor. But for Larry to be here and do this is very unusual because he doesn't do this stuff. He doesn't need it. He does, and you don't need it, do you? Huh? You don't need it. But I think it's an honor to the country. It's a great honor that this group, these are the top people, that they're going to do it, and they're going to do it here.
You know, the foil blanket kind of has like a that's kind of an interesting, like, accidental piece of symbolism because when people get locked up in the ICE facilities, ironically, all they have are foil blankets. So yeah, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's actually very relevant. It's so depressing. I mean, fucking go for it.
Going to be the golden age of America. As I say, yesterday we had the most.
Is it really 71 degrees in Los Angeles? Dude, it got down to 17 degrees Fahrenheit this morning. It's 41 here. We are so much colder in Texas than California right now.
I launched a government-wide effort to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life and bring down the cost of energy, magnificently bring it down. And when energy comes down, Larry, I'd say generally speaking, when energy comes down, everything else comes down. The prices of food and the prices of everything else come down. Energy is that's the big baby. And we declared a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill. Our term that we use. We're going to drill, baby, drill.
I invented
like never
it.
before. We ended destructive DEI mandates across the
Notice how every state of emergency is to, like,
to a merit-based system and a common
extend its
sense
power.
system. As you know, the Supreme Court gave us a decision on merit, where things in this country can be based on merit now instead of a lot of different rules, regulations, and things that really put our country at a big disadvantage. We permanently stopped government censorship and restored free speech. That was signed yesterday. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Sounds so beautiful, the Gulf of America, and returned the
That's a
name
distraction.
of a
The
great
more we
president,
fucking
William
focus on
McKinley,
that,
to
the more
Mount
we're being
McKinley. They
fucking
took off the
distracted.
name. And he was
It doesn't
actually
matter
a
that he
great
renamed the
president.
fucking
He,
Gulf of Mexico.
was
The
a very, very
deportations matter.
successful businessman. He ran for governor of Ohio. He won and did a great job as governor, ran for president, and he won. He was assassinated, ultimately, in his second term, unfortunately. But he was the tariff king, and I don't think he was as bad as I am. I think I believe in him even more than him, but he believed in him very strongly. And he raised massive amounts of money. Our country was at its richest from 1870 to 1913.
Okay, I like Hassan, but we're not going to do the double react. I'm
Tariffs
sorry.
from other countries. And our administration's moving with unprecedented urgency and speed to confront every single crisis facing us, and we'll get the job done. And again, I want to thank Sam and Masa and Larry for being here. It's an honor to have them. And we'll take a few questions if you want.
He's talking about some of the executive orders. You would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer,
Sure.
right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's gone on in Philadelphia, take a look at what's gone on in LA, where people murder people and they don't get charged. These people
Take
have
a look
already
at
served
fucking
years
Kyle
in prison,
Rittenhouse.
and they've served them viciously. It's a disgusting,
Take a look at the El Paso shooters still on trial 6 years later.
a terrible, terrible thing. I also say this, you go to Portland, where they wrapped police officers, shot police officers, nothing happened to anybody. You go to Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city and people died. Portland, a lot of people died. Wait a minute.
Didn't people die in Portland because Trump supporters were driving their cars through crowds of people? Isn't that what killed people?
People were killed and nobody went to jail. So these people have already served a long period of time, and I made a decision to give a pardon. Joe Biden gave a pardon yesterday to a lot of criminals. These are criminals that he gave a pardon to. And you should be asking that question. Why did he give a pardon to all of these people that committed crimes? Why did he give a pardon to the J6 Unselect Committee when they burned and destroyed all documents which showed that they did what was wrong, not me? Wait a minute. Why did they give a pardon to all of his relatives, his brother who made millions of dollars, to all these different people? He gave pardons. That's the question you should be answering. All right, go ahead, yeah, please.
Tell us a little bit about your meeting. Can I just follow up that really fast?
No.
I just want to ask
Go
you
ahead.
this. You said
Tell
you will.
tell us about your meeting with Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune. Did you reach any conclusion on this one big
Pretty much. I think
bill?
we have a good situation now. It's been in some ways made simpler by Los Angeles because they're going to need a lot of money. And generally speaking, I think you'll find that a lot of Democrats are going to be asking for help. So I think maybe that makes it more one-sided. I think we're going to do very well. Look, we're going to take care of Los Angeles. I'm going there. I'm going to North Carolina, which has been abandoned by the Democrats. And I'm going to North Carolina, very importantly, first. I'll be there on Friday. And then I'm going from there to Los Angeles. And then I'm going to Nevada. And I'm really going to Nevada to thank them for the vote because we won Nevada overwhelmingly. And that's usually a Democrat vote, and I just want to go there to thank the people of Nevada for the big vote. So we'll be making that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, the leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers were freed following their pardons yesterday. At the time back in 2021, you urged them to stand back and stand by. Is there now a place for them in the political conversation?
Well, we have to see. They've been given a pardon. I thought their sentences were ridiculous and excessive. One of the guys took down a flag that was an anti-American flag, and he was given years in jail. I don't know the exact number, but he was given many years in jail. I thought it was very excessive. And at least the cases that we looked at, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate, yeah.
Mr. President, is it also true in your conversations with Republicans today that you asked them to consider recess appointments for cabinet officials?
I think, yeah, if it's...
They got pardoned because they demonstrated loyalty to Trump.
Needed, I don't think it's going to be needed. Marco, as you know, got passed overwhelmingly with 99-0, which is pretty amazing. Marco's going to do a great job, Secretary of State, but he just got, I guess he was the first one and just got approved. That's some vote, 99-0, and the nothing was a vote that he would have gotten if we wanted to do it. But you know whose vote that was? Who's doing a great job right now as vice president.
Did you also talk about some sort of a trade or a deal involving...
What does he mean by AI infrastructure? I missed that.
wildfire relief and extension for a debt.
Well, what I really want to have done, I was talking about this with the guys back in the Oval Office. Los Angeles has massive.
Hold on. This 500 billion AI infrastructure investment in the US. So all those billionaires, all the richest people in the world going to visit Trump recently. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, Oracle CEO, Chairman Larry Ellison appeared at the White House alongside President Donald Trump and other tech CEOs. Is this going to be surveillance? $1 million Squid data project. Whoa, oh, I got tabs crashing out all fucking over the place. My fucking stream manager just fucking shit out. Partner on a new AI infrastructure company called Stargate. That sounds like a surveillance program to me. I'm being very fucking glorp foil right now, but what the fuck else is it gonna be? What the fuck else is a $5 billion government AI infrastructure project gonna be other than surveillance? Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of AI, including data centers around the country. I'll talk about one in Texas. They've been sounding the alarm that more data centers as well as the chips and electricity and water resources to run them are needed to power their artificial intelligence ambitions in coming years. Oracle, which is already pretty much absorbed into the CIA, so that's what that was. That's what all this cozying up to tech billionaires was all about. There's going to be more mass surveillance. Foundational strategy to ensure investment infrastructure benefits. People posting if the U.S. doesn't attract those funds, they will flow to China-backed projects, strengthening the Chinese Communist Party's global influence. I don't know what they're gonna be. Are they trying to control like social media narrative through AI? Is this like gonna be some kind of like large AI social media fucking moderation type shit or surveillance type shit? What are they fucking gonna use this for? Massive US investments to promote a supported rebirth of American industry. Yeah, that's gonna be something we need to keep an eye on, isn't it?
If it doesn't get a permit, it's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America, half, and we'll give you the permit. And they'll have a great partner, the United States. And they'll have something that's actually more valuable because they have the ultimate partner, and the United States will make it very worthwhile for them in terms of the permits and everything else. But so think of it, you have an asset that has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the permit. So what I'm saying is let the United States give the permit, and the United States should get half. Sounds reasonable. What do you think?
Sounds like a good deal to me, Mr. President.
Yeah, he can afford it too.
President, you're a president who has long said that you back the blue, but aren't you sending the message that assaulting officers is okay with these pardons?
No, the opposite.
Wish.
In fact, I'm going to be letting 2 officers from Washington Police, D.C. I believe they're from D.C., but I just approved it. They were arrested, put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal, and I guess something happened where something went wrong. And they arrested the 2 officers and put them in jail for going after a criminal, a rough criminal, by the way. And I'm actually releasing. No, I'm the friend of.
Is that the story where a fucking like they shot a fucking like migrant kid through the fucking border wall?
More than 400 of the people that you pardoned, though, assaulted officers. So I want to ask you about the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He said, this is a week ago, he said, if you committed violence on January 6th, obviously you should not be pardoned. Why is your Vice President wrong?
Well, only for one reason. They've served years in jail. They should not have served, excuse me, and they've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country. And we had 1,500, we have 16 under review. As you know, we commuted about 16 of them because it looks like they could have done things that were not acceptable for a full pardon. But these people have served years of jail, and their lives have been ruined. And in many cases, listen to me for a second. Stop interrupting. They've served years in jail, and if you look at the American public is tired of it. Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers on the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that.
I'm gonna pause it so we can listen to the rest of what the fuck he's saying in a second, but the message he's sending out with these pardons is pretty obvious. He's saying that if you break the law, but it's in my interest, I will have your back. And then it's just real interesting to say people like you know, almost as if he's like leveraging this like stochastic fucking threat against, you know, opposition.
Have been killed, and what happens to.
Now let's even go back a little bit.
Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers on the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that have been killed and what happens to those murderers. Murderers get no time. You take a look at some of these DAs. They go after political opponents, but they don't go after.
You take a look at some of these DAs. You take a look at some of these district attorneys. Let me see if I can find a fucking list. I should have found a list a long time ago. El Paso District Attorney. We are now on James Montoya. We have been through several district attorneys since somebody fucking shot up a Walmart in El Paso on August 3rd, 2019. 6 years later, he is still on trial. It just keeps getting pushed back, and our district attorneys keep mysteriously getting forced to resign because articles are coming out like these like takedown articles start popping up. Ever since he did that shooting and went on trial, it's like his defense team is paying for these articles to go out. You know, it's really weird. It's really weird how they just go right for the district attorney, you know, as if it's one of the first steps in getting away with murder. Like, it's funny that he's talking about murderers don't see consequences when this guy who drove 600 miles from Dallas, Texas to El Paso, Texas, specifically to shoot Mexicans, named Donald Trump in his manifesto, named Donald Trump's invasion of the border that they're talking about still to this day in his manifesto. Still hasn't been convicted. 6 fucking years.
People that shoot people in the street, they're caught. They know where they're living. They know everything. They don't even go up to pick them up anymore. They just let them live there. They know all about it. They have their pictures. They have the tape of the shooting, and they don't even go up and you're talking about this. No, we pardoned people that were treated unbelievably poorly. In the history of our country, there's never been anything take place like this. They're still looking for them, but they're not looking for the murderers, the people that are killing everybody. We are, though, and we're getting them out of the country. We just started that. We're getting them out of the country, and they're going to be gotten out of the country fast. They came in illegally.
He's almost as bad as Biden, like, with the way he just kind of, like, stumbles over his words. It's like he kind of drifted off for a second. He's really trying to get back on point.
From jails and from prisons, they killed many people. Some of them killed many people. About 50% of them killed more than one person. They were released into our country. That's what we're focused on, not the kind of nonsense you're...
Notice, like, he's not, like, referring to anything specifically. It's like, it's literally just all made up on the spot. Like, people are saying, you know, it's like 50% of them, but he doesn't say, like, who or where. Just this hypothetical fucking boogeyman.
You've called for a ceasefire in Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin doesn't come to the table to negotiate with you, will you put additional sanctions on Russia?
Sounds likely.
And do you think that the war should be frozen currently along
The
the
war
border
should have
battle
never
lines?
started. If you had a competent president, which you didn't, the war wouldn't have happened. The war in Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. But that couldn't happen because the election was rigged. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been some debate within your orbit over whether or not to keep or eliminate H-1B visas. What's your position on that? Do you want to keep H-1Bs or do you want to get rid of them?
I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in. Now, by doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people, come into our country, and we do that through the H-1 program.
Mr. President, are you looking to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico in an effort to force negotiations sooner on USMCA?
No, it's really not on USMCA. It has nothing to do with that. They've allowed, both of them, Canada very much so, they've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't.
There's no way this motherfucker's talking about Canadian immigrants now.
They've killed 300,000 people last year, my opinion.
The immigrants from Canada are coming down and murdering Americans. Does this sound less likely when we're talking about white people? I'm just curious.
Have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive, and people are getting killed, and families are being destroyed. I mean, the son gets killed, and the family is a basket case for the rest of their lives. I mean, I've seen mothers that thought they'd heal. They never heal. They say it gets worse with time. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy, they lose their baby, they lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with President Xi the other day, too, of China. I said, we don't want that crap in our country. We got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was all said he was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers. If they send to the United States, they were going to get the death penalty. And of course, Biden didn't pick that up. I had that deal all done. It was all wrapped up. We were going to have it done. And then the election went, let's put it nicely, didn't go the proper way. I'm trying to be nice about it. It was rigged. And we had an incompetent president elected, and he never followed up on that deal. But he should have followed up, because if they got the death penalty, they wouldn't be sending fentanyl to Mexico, Canada, and other places.
How much will the tariffs on China be, Mr. President? How much will the tariffs?
We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
How soon on those tariffs?
Probably February 1st is the date we're looking at.
Sir, do you have
For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately.
I was like running around and like I was gonna say something and I forgot by the time I got back. There's just so much going on.
Approximately 25%.
Like their tactic is to like just throw everything at the wall at once, you know? It's like the same idea as like launching a barrage of missiles instead of one missile, you know? If you launch everything at once, they can't intercept all of them. That's what he's doing right now.
Do you have an update on the Gaza ceasefire, and are you planning to travel to the Middle East soon?
As far as Trump and Gaza, this is all I have to say. This is all I have to show.
I gave you Golan Heights. We gave you Golan Heights. You're the best. Have a good time, fellas. Nice seeing you.
Anyway, let's go back.
Thinking about going to the Middle East, not yet. We have a thing called the hostages are coming back going on right now, and they are coming back. A thing called the hostages are coming back going on right now, and they are coming back. Some of them have been very, very damaged. You look at the young lady with her hand practically blown off. You know how that happened, right? Did you know how that happened? When you find out, you're not going to be too happy because it was terrible. But the hostages are starting to come back. If I weren't here, they wouldn't be back ever. They would have never come back. They would have all died. If this were done a year earlier,
It truly is. It's exactly like listening to like a toddler tell you a story. Have you ever had that happen? You're like at a family event or something and like one of your little like nephews or nieces walks up and they're real excited and they're telling you a story, you know? They're like, this is what he sounds like right now.
Have you ever had a dream that you
But not like stuttering that much, but like literally just like you can tell that they're thinking faster than they're speaking, you know? And like he's not really like formulating the sentences. Like he's talking faster than he's thinking.
if Biden would have done this deal a year and a half, 2 years ago, or frankly, it should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened. Nobody should be dead.
if I were president all the time, this would have never happened. It's all Biden's fault. Okay, so we're placing the blame on Biden. I was thinking about going there. Let's see. Exaggerated the condition of the hostages. You heard about that, right? You heard about that. He said. Is he avoiding saying what he's going to do, or is he going to say what they're going to do?
But through weakness, they allowed it to happen, and then it was a disaster from them. But you go back just 6 months ago, many of these young people were living. You know, young people don't die like that. They're just dying. And young people aren't dying at 22 and 23 years old. They don't die. But now they're dying, and you wonder why they're dying. They're being killed, and they have been killed. But they say 6 months ago, you would have had 11 more living.
Trying so hard to actually follow what he's saying, but he's just like, there's a lot of people dying and they're young, and you know, you can't have people young that are dying, you know, because they're young, like 22 years old, you know, and when they die, they're very dead, you know, because after you die, you know, you become something called dead, and that's what's happening, and they're young and they're kids and they're dying, and I don't know why it's happening. That's what he's doing. This is the fucking speech. This is the guy with the fucking keys right now.
Hostages. Think of that. 6 months ago. But Biden couldn't get it done, and it was only the imposition that I put on as a deadline.
Like all Kamala had to do was be like, fucking ceasefire and fucking stop treating refugees like shit. That's all she had to do. If she would have just done those two things.
They got it done, but it's a very sad situation. It should have never happened. I'll tell you, two things should have never happened. Three things. Inflation should have never happened. It would have never happened except for what they did to energy and their crazy spending. And Ukraine would have never happened. Never. By the way, Russia never would have gone into Ukraine. I had a very strong understanding with.
I mean, for the most part, it seems like he's trying to just establish, like, okay, first of all, everything bad right now is Biden's fault. And it wouldn't have happened if you would have elected me president. And then he's going to paint himself like, okay, now I'm going to fix everything. But he's not really going to fix everything. He's just going to keep talking about how he inherited a mess from Biden. As far as fucking, like, the fucking genocide in Gaza, I don't expect him to do anything other than whatever the fuck Benjamin Netanyahu wants him to fucking do. Donald Trump's fucking stepson, son-in-law, rather, Jared Kushner, is gonna be buying real estate on occupied fucking land. Like, it's already been happening since the fucking beginning.
Putin, it would have never, ever happened. He disrespected.
Like, anybody that thinks that he is going to fucking, like, do anything to stop the fucking genocide in Gaza is just delusional.
Biden, very simple. He disrespects people. He's smart. He understands. He disrespected Biden. And also, the Middle East would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. But it did happen. So this is the cards I've been given. And we're getting the hostages back. That would have never happened under Biden. They would have never come back. They were just dying not that slowly. They were dying or being killed. But that was what was happening.
They were dying. They were dying slowly. Well, not slowly. They were dying at a rate of speed. You know, there was a pace at which they were deceasing. Sorry, deceasing is too much of a big word. That they were dying.
Mr. President, are you going to keep sending weapons to Ukraine, or are you going to turn off the tap soon?
Well, we're looking at that. We're talking to Zelensky. We're going to be talking with President Putin very soon. And we'll see how it all happens. We're going to.
He's going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin about Ukraine. But But he's also talking to Zelensky.
Look at it very. One thing I do feel, the European Union should be paying a lot more than they're paying, because under Biden, I mean, we're in there for $200 billion more. Now, it affects them more than it affects us. We have an ocean in between, right? Little thing called an ocean. The European Union should equalize. We're in there for $200 billion more than the European Union. I mean, what are we, stupid? I guess the answer is yes, because they must think so. But the European Union takes advantage of us tremendously on trade, and they now take advantage of, and always have. If I didn't get involved years ago.
I mean, he might leave Ukraine out to dry. He has been very anti-NATO in the past. It wouldn't be surprising.
My first term, one of the first things I noticed was that they're not paying enough. They're not paying, and a lot of those countries weren't even paying. The NATO countries, they weren't paying. Only 7 out of 28 were paying. We were one of them, and Poland was one, and they had a few of them that were paying, and some were paying very proudly. Usually, the closer to the borderline of Russia they were, the faster they paid, okay? The ones that were further away tended not to pay so fast. And one thing on that, I think they should lift their number not to 2%, but to 5%. NATO should be at 5%, not at 2%. 2% is ridiculous.
Did you ask President?
Or maybe he's gonna treat, treating NATO like a protection racket is treating NATO for what it is, let's be honest. NATO was never really anything other than a protection racket.
President Xi, in your conversation about Ukraine, did you ask him to get involved in
Yeah.
helping settle that? Can you tell us about that?
I did, yeah. I said, you ought to get it settled, because he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power, like we have a lot of power. I said, you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it, yeah.
Mr. President, you launched a crypto coin the other day. Do you intend to continue selling products that benefit yourself personally while you're president?
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
Several $1 billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
Will your meeting with President Zelensky take place here, Mr.
President Biden, can you
President?
give us some sense, broadly speaking?
Yeah, he wrote me a
about
nice
what-
letter. I mean, I did open it last night. And I didn't know. Peter said, did you get the letter? I said, wait a minute, let's see the letter. It's sort of a tradition. You put it in the drawer, especially of the beautiful Resolute desk, right? And I opened the drawer, and there it was. It said to number 47. And it was a very nice letter. I mean, I could show it because I think it was a nice letter. Maybe I will. I think
Message-wise, what do you say in terms of
just basically, it was a little bit of an inspirational type letter, you know. Enjoy it, do a good job. Important, very important, how important the job is. But I think it was a nice letter. I think I should let people see it because it was a positive for him in writing it. I appreciated the letter.
Mr. President, were security concerns at all a factor when deciding to move your inauguration indoors?
No, not at all. No, not at all. It was just cold. Look, if we would have, you know, I just went out to the helicopter, right, we said goodbye. That's a tradition. As long as before it used to be a stagecoach, and then helicopters came along. But that's been a tradition. You go out and you do that. And we stood there for 10 minutes, and I'll tell you what, people would not have been able to get through that day. That was cold. It was sort of interesting. Don't let the sun fool you. Tell me something. Sunny days can get very cold, can't they? Because that was so freezing yesterday. You couldn't have gotten through it. It would have been. And the answer is no, it wasn't secured. With that being said, I thought the Capitol, the Rotunda, was beautiful. 72 degrees, unbelievable sound. You know, it's like being in an opera house. I could see people wanting to do it there rather than outside.
Why did you remove John Bolton's security clearance, sir?
Because I think there was enough time. We take a job.
Is it because John Bolton doesn't want to drone strike the cartels? Or is this a beef that goes further back? John Bolton used to be your BFF. You guys used to wear friendship bracelets. Now you don't talk anymore, and it's making us all really sad.
You take a job, you want to do a job. We're not going to have security on people for the rest of their lives. Why should we? I thought he was a very dumb person, but I used him well because every time people saw me come into a meeting with John Bolton standing behind me, they thought that he'd attack them because he was a warmonger. He's the one that got us involved, along with Cheney and a couple of others, convinced Bush, which was a terrible decision.
Okay, so why are we setting up military along the border and talking about assassinating cartel leaders on foreign soil? Like, I don't know, maybe I was hallucinating, but I thought I saw John Bolton earlier talking about, like, shit's gonna be like upside down, but worse somehow, isn't it?
To blow up the Middle East, we blew up the Middle East and we left. We got nothing out of it except a lot of death. We killed a lot of people, and John Bolton was, one of those guys, a stupid guy. But no, you can't have that for life. You shouldn't expect it for life.
Sir, is that meeting that you mentioned with President Zelensky, will that take place here, and when and where will you meet with?
I don't know. I mean, look, President Zelensky would like to have peace. He's told me that very strongly. He'd like to have peace, but it takes two to tango. We'll see what happens.
When will you meet with President Putin?
Anytime they want, I'll meet. I'd like to see that end. Millions of people are being killed, and they're being killed. It's a vicious situation, and they're now largely soldiers. A lot of people have been killed in the cities. They look like demolition sites. Buildings, massive buildings bombed and coming down. The thing with Ukraine is that many more people died than you're reporting. You're not reporting the real numbers, and I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming maybe our government for not wanting to release those numbers. Many more people.
We're gonna lose our spot because Firefox is a bitch. Oh, did the whole thing end? I guess we could see what he said about the... They're really just showing like a picture of the White House for the longest fucking time. I guess we could catch the beginning of it now. Maybe I should have just rewound to the beginning to begin with. How did he end it?
People would not have been able to get through that day. That was cold. It was sort of interesting. Don't let the sun fool you. He's the one that got us involved, along with Cheney. They want, I'll meet. I'd like to see that end. Millions of people are being killed, and they're being killed. It's a vicious situation, and they're now largely soldiers. A lot of people have been killed in the cities. They look like demolition sites. Buildings, massive buildings bombed and coming down. The thing with Ukraine is that many more people died than you're reporting. You're not reporting the real numbers, and I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming maybe our government for not wanting to release those numbers. Many more people died than what you know about. When those big buildings come down and they say 2 people were injured, no. Many people, thousands of people are being killed. But the real killing now is on the war front. It's a very flat land. And the only thing that stops a bullet is somebody's body. And you have young soldiers. So Russia's lost about 800,000 soldiers now. Ukraine's lost about 600 or 700,000. I think the numbers are low that they're giving out. But they've lost massive numbers of young soldiers. And that war should stop. It's very flat, it's beautiful farmland, and it's flat and really beautiful in a different kind of a way, but they don't have any protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a body, and those bodies are stopping a lot of bullets, and they're being decimated, both sides.
Going back to your conversation with President Xi, what did you tell him in terms of when to expect tariffs, and what can he do to avoid them?
About which one?
Tariff.
About tariffs? We didn't talk too much about tariffs, other than he knows where I stand. Look, I put large tariffs on China. I've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. Until I was president, China never paid Not 10 cents to the United States. With me, they paid hundreds of $600 billion or so, or more than that even, of tariffs. And if I didn't do that, you wouldn't have a steel mill open in the United States right now. You wouldn't have one steel mill open in the United States. So what I did is I saved.
The steel that I used to build the border wall was Chinese steel. All that rusted metal they made the fence out of.
The steel industry. I saved other industries too with other tariffs. Other countries are big abusers also. You know, it's not just China. China's an abuser, but the European Union is very, very bad to us. They treat us very, very badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our cars at all. They don't take our farm products, essentially. They don't take very much. We have a $350 billion deficit with the European Union. They treat us very, very badly. So they're going to be in for tariffs.
Mr. President.
It's the only way you're going to get back. It's the only way you're going to get fairness. You can't get fairness unless you do that. But the European Union's treated us very badly. But essentially, everybody treats us badly. You know, everybody treats us badly. Yes, go ahead. Because we allow them to. Because we've had stupid people doing this, and we can't have. I'd like to have.
Is this like a weird power move where you're like, okay, go ahead and talk, and then you interrupt them, and you're like, okay, go ahead and talk, and then you interrupt him again? Is that what he's doing?
Have these three people negotiate for us, just for 1 week, and we'd be a rich country again. But we'll be rich.
Mr. President, on AI data centers, will you rescind President Biden's executive order that opens up federal land?
On which centers?
On data centers. Will you rescind President Biden's executive order that opens up federal lands for data centers and energy production?
No, I wouldn't do that. That sounds to me like it's something that I would like. I'd like to see federal.
We're gonna build a data center in Yellowstone Park. We're gonna drop a fucking data center in the middle of the Grand Canyon. Because there's lots of water that we could use.
Lands opened up for data centers. I think they're going to be very important. Again, we have a lot of competition for that. So it's an honor to have these three great people, great CEOs and great geniuses, all three. It's an honor that they want to come to our country, but we're going to make it as easy as we can for them because other countries want them to. I'm going to have to go now. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Do you have TikTok on your phone?
No, but I think I might put it there. I think I'll get it right now. By the way, again, we won the young vote.
No, but oh my God, this is what he's ending on. That was the fucking him walking out the door question. But sir, I know there's a genocide. I know you're gonna like pursue a ethnic cleansing via mass deportation domestically, but can we please keep TikTok? Do you have TikTok on your phone? Who's your favorite TikTok influencer, Mr. President?
I think I won it through TikTok. So I have a warm spot in my heart.
Oh, Mr. President's gonna do a TikTok. Wow. He's just like me, for real.
TikTok, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Day one. Day one. Day one. God damn it. Oh, God damn it. AI infrastructure. Stargate. Yeah, this is what we missed right here, I think.
It's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. It's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming.
Unrelated, you know, new urban exploration trend where people explore data centers and unplug things. Just kidding. That would be an attack on infrastructure. That would be very bad. I don't condone that.
And at the highest level, we're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison.
The data centers are fucking weird though, because like they tried to bring one here, like a Facebook data center, the middle of the fucking desert where there's no water and it's hot as fuck. Makes no sense. But they tried to act like it was gonna bring jobs here. They try to paint like a data center as something that's gonna like bring a lot of jobs, like it's a goddamn Walmart. But really it's like maybe 30 people, all of them have degrees, you know, maybe a couple guards, lots of fence, fucking cameras and shit. But it's largely automated and it just uses up like massive amounts of the city's water supply. Like just data centers in general. It's been a huge problem with AI in general, is the amount of water these fucking data centers go through. It's just an awkward gesture. Yeah, it's just an awkward gesture, you know? I was trying to jump in the air and make an X with my body, and my foot just fucking, you know, the cable management here is so terrible. Who's in charge of that? So do you think it's going to be a surveillance program, or do you think it's going to be like a bunch of bots, like a bot farm? Because now we're for sure just going to see a bunch of like NSA data center type shit.
SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa Yoshi-san, and CEO of OpenAI, and I would say
Why does the guy on the right look like he just barely graduated high school?
By far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So that's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it.
I hate that they took the name of like I hate that tech bros adopt fucking like science fiction into like, you know, their project names that are used for like terrible fucking things, you know? Because Stargate's a pretty decent show. I remember watching Stargate when I was like really little. It was a cool sci-fi. But now it's just the name of like some fucking fascist fucking software program using a shitload of data centers to either spy on us or like fucking speedrun dead internet theory.
In the future, a new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States.
Fucking Donald Trump was fucking talking about constructing the Iron Curtain. Construction will begin on the Iron Curtain. Yeah, wait, what's Planeteer? That sounds familiar. Is that something we should watch? Damn, when I do a Google search, it doesn't even tell me that there's a sci-fi with that name. It only comes up as Planeteer Technologies.
And very, very quickly moving very.
Well, we all know that in Star Wars, the Imperialists are the good guys. So
very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking is a resounding declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president.
I'm really leaning towards surveillance state. This might be like an unprecedented fucking pivot towards a surveillance state. $500 billion in AI infrastructure.
A new president, I didn't say it, they did. So I appreciate that, fellas. But it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency.
So I guess he's like making it sound like we're just making ChatGPT stronger so we stay ahead of the curve. And then the microprocessing fucking manufacturing brings Taiwan into the occasion, which feeds into like the anti-China sentiment. There's some puzzle pieces here.
Emergency declarations, because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff built. So they have to produce a lot of electricity, and we'll make it possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want, where they'll build at the plant, the AI plant, they'll build energy generation, and that will be incredible. But it's technology and all.
Thank you for the raid, Tina. Welcome in, everybody. We're staring into the void right now, you know, because I guess that's what you do when, you know, we make a strong pivot into fascism. Yeah, right now we're listening to them talk about Stargate, and we're speculating as to what $500 billion in AI infrastructure is going to be used for, you know. So really fun dystopian gazing into the void. You're just in time.
Artificial intelligence, all made in the USA. Beginning immediately, Stargate will be building the physical and
Thank you for the follow.
virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI, and this will include the construction of colossal data centers, very, very massive structures. I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. They're going to employ a lot of people. And
Dude, I just commented on this too. So data centers that use like a shitload of electricity and, more importantly, a shitload of water. They're gonna try to build these, and they got it approved to build them on federal land. So I think they're probably gonna fucking be building them out on federal land. These data centers don't make a lot of jobs. They're largely automated, and the people that do work there have, like, you know, software engineering, fucking IT related degrees. I think this is like a massive fucking pivot towards like more of a surveillance state. You know, they're calling it Stargate. They named it Stargate after the fucking sci-fi. They took another cool name and used it for like an evil tech bro thing.
physical campuses and locations currently being scouted nationwide. They're making their choices of locations. I think they have their choice. I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing. And
This is the part where like the billionaires, the oligarchs, he brought the billionaires with him for this. They're gonna give us a PowerPoint presentation without the PowerPoint.
if you have any questions, and then we'll go into a couple of other subjects also. But this is, to me, a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So, Larry, maybe we'll start with you, and we'll go down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly couldn't do this without you. It would simply be impossible. AI holds incredible promise for all of us, for every American. We've actually been working with OpenAI for a while and with Masa for a while. The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction.
So one of the billionaires, the guy to the right, is what was it? Sun Bank or something. So he's like a bank billionaire, and I think the other guys are like OpenAI and something else.
In Texas, each building's 500,000 square feet. There are 10 buildings currently being built, but that will expand to 20 and other locations beyond the Abilene location, which is our first location. The kind of applications that we're building, to give you an idea, maybe the most charismatic and the one that I think touches us all is electronic health records. Not just maintaining electronic health records, but by looking at electronic health records, understanding.
We're using AI for health records. That's what this is about. This is about like moving accountability for insurance claim denials over from living human beings to an artificial intelligence that cannot be held accountable for the fucked up things it does.
The condition of doctors better understanding the condition of their patients and being able to provide healthcare plans that are much better than they otherwise would be. A doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at Stanford would treat the patient.
They're acting like we couldn't like Google stuff or search for stuff on the internet before AI existed.
We actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors who are treating cancer patients or patients with any other kind of disease, made possible by AI. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to pass it to Masa, but this is a very exciting program for Oracle to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. That really helped. That's good. That's great. I feel tall now. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, last month I came to celebrate your winning and promised that we would invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Yeah. Now I came back with 500. Because this is the, as you said yesterday, this is the beginning of golden age of America. This is one great example, I think, right? We wouldn't have decided to do this.
I think so.
This is the beginning of golden age. We wouldn't have decided unless you won. And yesterday we agreed, we signed to make this happen.
That's great.
Because of this day.
Very nice.
So we would make this happen. We would immediately start deploying $100 billion with the goal of making $500 billion.
SoftBank. It's the SoftBank CEO.
Within next 4 years, within your term, right? Because of your success. So we are very, very excited to do this. And our partner is, of course, SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and additionally investing partner with MGX.
On top of that, we have the technology partner NVIDIA, and of course, Microsoft has been very, very supportive to SAM and continue to support all our success. This is not just for business. As Larry said, this will help people's life. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that otherwise we could not have solved with the power of AI. I think AGI is coming very, very soon. And then after that, that's not the goal. After that, artificial super intelligence will come to solve the issues that mankind would never ever have thought that we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Sam.
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era. And as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here, we wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President. And I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States is, I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
So I think this pretty much means like OpenAI has like security clearance. Like all the fucking like tech billionaires just they are the government now. Like in the same way that Oracle is pretty much the government now. Facebook has been like for a long time already. There's literally like CEOs, not CEOs, CIA in Facebook. Let me find that one. It's like their fucking misinformation department or something. Ex-CIA to decide misinformation policy, that's what it was. And this was like back in 22. But like they just gave $500 billion fucking dollars to these guys.
Could you just say one word? I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems.
And it's really weird that they're talking about it being like in relation to medical information. Like, I don't know what that means if we're going to be talking like AI fucking reading our biometric data from our fucking doctors.
How will AI help us with the fight against the various
Or just the fact that like an AI is going to have access to your medical information to begin with.
problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer.
We're going to cure cancer. All your wildest dreams are going to come true. Just fucking keep giving us more billions of dollars.
And that one, and heart disease.
Thank you very much for the $500 billion, sir.
And what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid rate, I think will be among the most important things this technology does.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
God. Oh yeah, and then I don't know if we finished this one. I kind of watched like a little bit of it. We have fucking Greg Abbott. That's the governor of Texas right there. I think I got like maybe 10 seconds into this and then I went on a rant about Greg Abbott's Operation Lone Star. And like what that looks like. Because it's already a year old where, like, they use helicopters. The video's not popping up. I gotta refresh. Yeah, they have helicopters that they use. This is in response to a traffic stop. They pulled somebody over in a traffic stop. Yeah, I chat in Tofu's chat a lot. Fucking shout out Tofu. Do I gotta do the ad? It's Ghost with a 0, right? I think I did that right. But yeah, this is how they responded to a traffic stop, a migrant traffic stop, a year ago, last December. That's a Department of Homeland Security Black Hawk helicopter, landing behind a trailer park. A traffic stop. So like what Operation Lone Star is like police, sheriff's departments, all cooperate with ICE as they attempt to deport people and do all their stuff, all their fascist stuff. And like some cities are, you know, declaring that the police departments will not cooperate with ICE, you know, certain sanctuary cities, but that doesn't account for the sheriffs or the county. And yeah. Yeah. There's just a bunch of, and it's not even just that. Like, there's like fucking a bunch of unmarked fucking trucks. Oh shit, my tabs have been crashing a lot. No, that was last year. So Operation Lone Star, this guy to the right here that's clapping. That's something that went into place under Governor of Texas Greg Abbott, who has done a lot of really messed up anti-immigrant type stuff at the border. So yeah, like I said, it's the police in cooperation with fucking ICE to like catch migrants, and they chase people with helicopters. They drop ICE agents like 10 at a time, fully armed, like looking like military. They go on high-speed chases that often like end in crashes. And what's been happening in Texas for well over a year now is probably going to expand nationally. Is what I'm expecting, because like the first thing front and center, Greg Abbott.
Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders.
So the first thing he does is he declares a state of emergency at the border, and that allows him to send military to the border.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
You can see Bernie Sanders in the bottom left just not clapping. Who else is not clapping? There's not a lot of people not clapping. I guess just some people in this row. No, they're clapping and they're standing up. Never mind. Wait, is that Bernie or is that somebody else? What if that's just a different old guy? What if I'm profiling?
All illegal and
I think this was in DC. Yeah, this is in Washington, DC. So, this is like day one after Trump is inaugurated as US president.
entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
So, what happened today, like, at the border? I don't know if I can bring up the tab or not. But, there's an app that people use, that have, like, asylum claims at the border. And, that app was completely deleted. And, along with it, everybody's case for asylum that they were waiting, every pending case. I think this is it. Yeah. So yeah, minutes after he was sworn in, the app helping migrants went offline.
Mira lo que dice.
Along with it, the asylum appointments were scrapped.
Que tenga compasión. Que tenga compasión y lo deje cruzar. Que lo dé un apoyo. Que los apoye.
And she's pretty much just begging Trump for like compassion. It's a Colombian migrant that was living in Venezuela.
Que de verdad venimos sufriendo. Son 6 meses de sufrimiento.
And she probably like has a valid claim to asylum under international law, you know? Because being a refugee is a completely different immigration status than just being a regular immigrant there to work, you know? But they just threw out all the appointments this morning. And the app went offline.
Ya no sé qué va a hacer con mi vida aquí en adelante.
And yeah, he's moving to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. Just like last time. Except this time it's gonna be worse because, like, a lot of the stuff that we were fighting against last time was normalized during the Biden administration. And last we looked at the fucking Democratic Party, they were talking about being tough on the border too, so.
Una de las tristezas más grandes de que ha tenido en mi vida porque primero porque he sufrido mucho para estar aquí donde estoy, este suelo que estoy pisando. Por toda Centroamérica es muy difícil. Nosotros nos ven como minas de oro, como bancos.
This part like really stood out when we were watching it earlier, because he says they see us as a gold mine, as a bank. The coyotes and the people that like they hired across the border illegally, they're very opportunistic about it. They'll charge thousands of US dollars to cross them, and you know, Remain in Mexico policy is going to like benefit the people that smuggle human beings because it's creating more demand. As much as Republicans like to say, you know, we like immigration as long as you do it the right way, look what they did this morning. They took the app away, they threw the appointments out, and it just creates more demand for human smuggling.
Y de cualquier forma quieren sacar todo el dinero.
But I'm I'm getting off track again. Where the hell was I?
We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy.
I mean, it's still like a good side by side, you know? Because, yeah, you got the people clapping, and then you got the people it's affecting.
I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
And I just want to say, like, every time he uses the word invasion, somebody came to my hometown and did a mass shooting in 2019. And in the manifesto that they left, they mentioned Donald Trump and his invasion rhetoric. The August 3rd El Paso Walmart shooting specifically referenced this rhetoric.
We'll also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
And this right here, from this moment on, when you hear the US government label people as cartels, think of it the same way as you think of Israel labeling people Hamas. Because labeling them cartels is labeling them terrorists, which manufactures consent to send the military into Mexico. We're watching them set up to send the military into Mexico. Not just along the border, but they're talking about going into Mexico to pursue the cartels. We were watching John Bolton, of all fucking people, Warhawk fucking John Bolton, on Fox News saying that it's a bad idea. Like, yeah, let's bring that back up real quick.
Ambassador, good to see you.
Drug cartels in this hemisphere have been things like Plan Colombia, which originated under President George W. Bush, and really where we cooperated with the military and law enforcement authorities of Colombia at that time, eventually on the path to eliminating FARC. The problem in Mexico is that the government doesn't like to cooperate with the United States. It's a real problem, but I think waging war against Mexico is not going to make the problem better. It's going to make it worse. And let's also make...
That's John Bolton, like, disagreeing. We're already at Warhawk levels that exceed John Bolton.
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense...
What the fuck is the Alien Enemies Act? Of 1798? Allows the president to detain or deport natives and citizens of an enemy nation.
Power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
So he's trying to push for the ability to deport U.S. citizens with that. He's trying to invoke that to say, like, if I call you a gang member, I can deport you to a different country. Or more likely, dude, we're so fucking, like, we fell into fascism a long time ago. We're deep into fascism. Like now. We've been in fascism for a while, but like we're stuck in it now.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly.
Think about that, and then think about the 500 billion that just went into like AI fucking like infrastructure. Like what those big fucking data centers are gonna be used for. That's gonna be mass surveillance. There's gonna be like way more mass surveillance now. And I think like the fight for control of social media is gonna get really weird.
Bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
It's always like really disorienting. I remember the last like Trump administration, the beginning was really disorienting because he just signed a fuckload of executive orders like all at the same time. And it's like the way they like launch a shitload of missiles at the same time. That way like they all can't get like intercepted. They're doing that with the executive orders, you know, they're throwing all the shit at the wall at once.
Welcome back, 7:15 on your Tuesday morning, and we are continuing to monitor all.
So there's like 3 cities that they're talking about doing deportations in. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I had a map up earlier, but I closed out a bunch of tabs. Also, a bunch of my tabs have been crashing. It was Chicago. I think Springfield might have been one of them. I think it was like 3 specific like sanctuary cities that like they were talking about targeting, or one of them was Chicago. I can't remember what the other 2 are.
The developments from the Trump administration in terms of deportation arrests and those possibilities. Raids from ICE agents could start this week. So joining me to talk about this possibility is immigration attorney, Chicago-based, Xavier Borjas with Borjas Law Group. Xavier, thanks for being on the program. We really appreciate it, sir.
Absolutely. It's an absolute pleasure for me.
Let me start off just by asking you, if someone locally is in the country illegally, how worried should they be?
Well, I think the rumors are being spread, and it seems that it's a very serious thing at this point. So, unfortunately, I don't want to spread fear amongst the country. But if the rumors are true, I think that we need to be prepared. And I think all immigrants specifically need to be prepared and have a game plan.
Okay, in terms of a game plan, there are folks who are working toward work permits right now. There are also folks who have been charged and arrested with things like theft. How circumstantial is the risk here of a raid and a deportation?
During the raid, it's very circumstantial. Everything is circumstantial at this point. You mentioned theft. We're getting to the point where even something as minor as theft, although it can be a serious crime, but if it's a petty theft, at this point, immigration can consider this to be something serious to the extent where when you are trying to, or when an immigrant is trying to apply for a bond, that may be denied. So everything at this point is starting to become circumstantial. Even petty theft can be serious enough where it can lead to a mandatory detention.
For those folks who are here illegally but are working toward getting that work permit and trying to find their footing, what measures should they take right now?
I think it's important to consult with an immigration attorney, an expert at this point, to find out what they qualify for. What's going to happen if you do get detained? What do you potentially qualify? Do you qualify for a bond? And if so, have that ready, have those resources ready. Oftentimes, they can be very expensive, depending on what part of the country, depending on what judge you have.
So along with like all the ICE stuff, like something that I talk about a lot as well is like we get a lot of like weird fucking like militia types that come into border cities every time Trump's president, or every time the news starts talking about the border a lot. Damn, it really crashed a lot on my tabs. Like right here, No More Deaths is an organization that leaves water out along the border so that people don't die of dehydration, because there's a lot of deaths out in the desert. This is Border Patrol raiding their aid station. Sorry for the squealy brakes. That was like nails on a chalkboard.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and enter the property and search for illegal aliens.
This is the one that people are probably more familiar with, if it wants to load. The problem in places like El Paso is there's like so little opportunity offered to you unless you work for the government, military, something like that. Like the militarization of the area has like saturated so much of the economy that there's a lot of support for fucking Border Patrol here still. There's a lot of internalized racism and people that vote against their own fucking like self-interest, Like once you get over here and like you have your fucking citizenship, like it all changes all of a sudden.
You get a good shot.
But when they like fucking slash the water jugs, pour the water out, they're fucking they're costing lives. I'm gonna bring up a map. I always bring this up like whenever there's like a big fucking... Oh well. Yeah, I guess that works. So this is like the El Paso sector of like bodies that they've documented. And they often die from like dehydration, heat stroke. Border Patrol knows this. And they have done this consistently.
Picking up this trash somebody left on the trail. It's not yours, is it? All you have to do is tell me, is it yours? It's not yours. You're not going to tell me, huh?
Like right now, like all like let's see. If I search we'll go to most recent. In the last hour. DHS.
Breaking news at this hour as well. President Trump now authorizing ICE to target schools and churches in its deportation raids. He is revoking a directive excluding arrests.
There was no pushback from the Democratic Party on fucking like this type of border policy. It instead was adopted by the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris at her rallies brings a sheriff on stage to talk about how they need to implement, you know, some Operation Lone Star type shit to fucking have a secure border. Like, they tried to outflank the right on being like hardline border fucking racists.
In so-called sensitive areas. Chicago's immigrant community on edge tonight as Michelle Gallardo reports activists and elected officials are
Use migrant communities as a fucking bargaining chip.
canvassing neighborhoods, letting people know their rights should ICE come knocking.
Up and down Cermak Avenue today, business after business prominently displayed the same flyer. Don't open for ICE. Little Village business owners telling us it's the least they can do. People need to stick together, no matter their immigration status, says Jose Luis Vasquez, who's owned this computer and phone repair shop for 9 years now.
Like, the fucked up thing is, like, I don't think that, like, people here would do that because, like, the businesses, like, know they get all their money from, like, people in military uniforms, people in ICE uniforms. People see, like, fucking, like, authority uniforms and they think this person has more money than a local.
2 blocks away at the Little Village Arch, a handful of activists braved the sub-zero wind chills to rally against the Trump administration's stated plans to conduct mass deportation raids in Chicago.
We've been out here since 5 in the morning, educating our community, educating our people that they have rights.
Among those canvassing the neighborhood was 22nd Ward Alderperson Michael Rodriguez, who spent the morning passing out informational flyers, instructing people what to say should ICE come knocking.
Este le puede entregar a la inmigración.
There was, to be sure, little in terms of foot traffic in Little Village today. And while much of that may very well be related to the cold, there is most certainly fear. The executive director of the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights telling us their hotline has been inundated with calls.
From January 1st to January 19th, we saw 800 calls. But on January 20th alone, we saw over 400 calls.
Border Czar Tom Homan saying in an interview on Fox Business today,
The president's been clear, I've been clear, that right out of the gate, we're looking for public safety threats. ICE agents are out there doing that now.
Meanwhile, Governor Pritzker saying the number of people initially targeted, those with criminal records, might be much higher than initially believed.
We have heard that they're targeting as many as 2,000 people initially in the city of Chicago alone.
Now, well, at least one of those scheduled for today was.
I mean, you can have people at the city level push back, and that does make a little bit of a difference. But one thing that I've seen in El Paso, because like we'll have some of our local officials like kind of try to stand up for migrants, but they very quickly get like overturned by the attorney general of the state. For us, it's Greg Abbott, you know. For them, it's whoever the fuck is governor. Or maybe some fucking federal fucking shit will overrule it.
Has moved online.
Like, Donald Trump is trying to like fucking like get as much power for this as he can, you know. That fucking 1798 fucking, if I call you a gang member, I can deport you even if you're a citizen, you know?
Due to the cold weather, Know Your Rights campaigns appear to be here to stay for the time being, with Pilsen's Perez Elementary School hosting weekly sessions every Tuesday starting next week.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC 7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
We've watched this documentary so many times, and I don't want to watch it again. There's got to be a better way to like go over the border stuff. I'm just like, I don't know, I'm tripping today because like for the last year they've been saying some like really crazy shit about like sending fucking like drone strikes to the cartels, and You know, that talk hasn't gotten any quieter. It's just gotten really loud. Like the whole declaring them as a fucking foreign terrorist organization.
President's push for mass deportation.
Is News Nation like a fucking right wing? I never watched News Nation. Nexstar Media.
Has
That's like a regular local.
migrants deeply concerned on what is to come. Major cities like Chicago are anticipating massive immigration raids that could begin at any moment. Elected leaders say they will do anything they can to protect the many immigrant communities.
Ripping those families apart, not acceptable to Americans. And we're going to stand up for them in the state of Illinois.
We want folks to know that they can still send their children to school.
Organizations like Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights telling anyone who is scared, don't answer the door if ICE agents come knocking, and memorize loved ones' phone numbers in case.
Like listen to the like what they're telling people, dude. When the big scary guys with the guns come to your door, just don't answer. Like, how do I communicate how fucked it is, man? Like, because I feel like, you know, we talk about it for like a minute or two, and then people get really uncomfortable.
Your phones are seized. Meantime, a long-anticipated threat in the fight against drug cartels has become a reality. President Trump officially designating them as foreign terrorist organizations. This decision previously facing opposition from Mexican leaders. News Nation's Jorge Ventura joining us with more on this from Texas. Jorge, good morning to you. What does this new designation mean for the fight against these dangerous cartels?
Well, Marnie, good morning. Now, with this designation, Mexican cartels now will be joining a list of foreign terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. It is a move that can actually make it politically easier for President Trump to send U.S. troops to Mexico without the approval of Congress. Now, this designation will target criminal organizations like the Sinaloa.
Going into Mexico with U.S. troops, knowing that right there, Mexico is not going to like it. Like, just the fact that a possibility of war with Mexico, like, just keeps finding its way into the fucking headlines, and the people talking about doing it just got all the fucking power all of a sudden. Like,
in the
I guess I'm curious to see what the Democratic Party and the liberals have to say about this now, if there's at least a pivot at this point in escalation, you know?
Jalisco New Generations cartels, which are involved in human trafficking, violent crimes, but also fueling the fentanyl crisis here in the United States. Now, under U.S. law, this designation does allow the U.S. government to freeze cartel money, ban travel, and punish anyone helping these criminal groups. Officials say that Mexican cartel operations across the border threaten U.S. safety and security. Now, Mexican leaders, including former President López Obrador and President Sheinbaum, are opposing the move, fearing that it could justify U.S. military action on U.S. soil. And when asked whether U.S. forces could be sent to Mexico when he was signing those executive orders, Marnie, Trump did say that it...
And the logistics of like a war with Mexico would just be so fucked up. Because Mexico not really having like much of an air force just means that the United States would just do the thing where we bomb the fuck out of them with airplanes, probably drones, as Marjorie Taylor Greene has been suggesting for over a year.
Could happen. Right now, we'll just have to wait and see, Marnie.
Jorge, are there other groups that are targeted under this designation, or is it solely focused on the cartels?
So right now, we'll just have to wait and see, Marnie.
Jorge, are there other groups that are targeted under this designation, or is it solely focused on the cartels?
So in that new executive order, President Trump is also targeting MS-13, that's the Salvadoran gang, as a foreign terrorist organization, but also adding the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. According to Border Czar Tom Holman, who did speak with News Nation back in December, he says that Tren de Aragua gang is already active in 16 states. And here in Texas, the Venezuelan gang already has an active presence in El Paso, Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio. Now, according
Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio, and El Paso mentioned. as potential targets. Let me see if I heard that right.
Chinanagua gang is already active in 16 states. And here in Texas, the Venezuelan gang already has an active presence in El Paso, Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio. Now, according
I love that, like, this is like the only time they mention El Paso ever in the news. Is like shit like this.
to President Trump, he says he will use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate.
Well, I mean, Greg Abbott was like front and center when he announced like these orders. Greg Abbott was front and fucking center.
The presence of all foreign criminal networks here in the United States through the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which does allow the U.S. government to round up foreigners who are citizens of a country that Congress has declared war on or has engaged in invasion. Now, President Trump on Monday also declared an official emergency on the southern border, saying, quote, cartels control.
Wait, has engaged in invasion? That is okay. What the fuck is being engaged in invasion? You know, compared to just being a fucking migrant. Like, we're really blurring the line between invasion and migration. Like, the fact that, like, the news is, like that we've let people say on the news, invasion, over and over and over again. Especially with fucking that shit popping up in manifestos from fucking mass shooters, like...
President Trump on Monday also declared an official emergency on the southern border, saying, quote, cartels control vast territories just south of our southern border, effectively controlling who can and cannot travel to the United States from Mexico. Hundreds of thousands of Americans have tragically died from drug overdoses because of the illicit narcotics that have flowed across the southern border. For now, that the decision to intensify the battle against U.S. cartels will most likely get some pushback, Marnie, from President Claudia Sheinbaum, who says she does oppose it. And just about 30 minutes ago in her morning brief conference, she did say that Mexico is a sovereign nation, Marnie.
All right, Jorge Ventura, thank you for that update. Thank you for watching. Go to NewsNation now.
See if there's anything... Oh, what? Okay, that was weird. YouTube's being weird. Oh, okay, so this is from 20 hours ago. They put more buoys with saw blades in the river. I just, like, you know, searched Greg Abbott from today. And,
Jason, we've learned that Texas just placed new border buoys in the Rio Grande.
If you don't know, there's saw blades in between those buoys. Let me get a close-up photo of that. This is what they put in the river. They have saw blades in between them. So they put more of these in the river.
Governor Abbott posted video of the large floating barriers being lowered into the water. They're meant to deter illegal crossing.
The only source of water for like a lot of parts of the desert here too. There was a point, I think in like 2022 or 23, where there was just sewage being dumped into the Rio Grande for like a month straight. You could smell it from the freeway.
But the buoys were a point of contention with the Biden administration, which sued Texas to remove them.
So yeah, that was one of the things that came up. Yeah, I guess the buoys is his big political stunt today. It's all little 30-second stories. He was front and center at that fucking executive order signing though. I wish I could find the ones that we were watching before because we watched like a really good. We watched it with like not even that many people here, but it deserved more of an audience. It was a guy that was just being like one of those like audit the auditor types, you know, where like they just like heckle the cop and like give them a hard time and disrupt them. I wonder if I could find it. It was one of those Bakersfield fucking. Oh, I found it. No, wait. Yes, I found it. Hell yeah. We're rewatching this. This is the one where he's like, "What's up with that tortilla?" So like when I think of like you know, like just being a pain in the ass to like ICE agents and you know like making them uncomfortable in public, like this is what I think of now because this guy did kind of like a good job of it, even though he seems to be like kind of like a libertarian kind of guy, like still kind of a chaotic good, you know. Okay, YouTube does not want to load. One of my tabs crashed. I'm refreshing. Hold. Oh, I know why. It's because it's like it's in a playlist, that's why. And it's live because the fucking chat function. This was a live originally.
Senior Deputy Garrity? What's the whole purpose here? I thought that was the gas station.
So one way that you can like help people out is when you see like ICE activity happening to post it on social media. It would work even better if everybody did like a common hashtag, you know, that way people can use that hashtag as like a search function to find out where the activity is happening. Back in like 2017, they were using hashtag RaidWatch, and they would just say what intersection you saw this happening. You see a bunch of ICE arrests, you know, just post it, put the hashtag, make people aware. Or, you know, this guy does a little bit more and like just keeps heckling the cops kind of. So, like, what you see right here, like, you'll, oh no, I pushed next.
I got the tail end of his anger.
Oh god, and it goes to a ride along with the cops fucking video as the next suggested. Fuck. So yeah, you got like your big old fucking border patrol fucking Ford Raptor fucking pulled in, boxing in this like car, right? And a bunch of plainclothes officers. This is a really good way to like look at the way plainclothes officers dress because they all dress like they like shopped at Walmart that morning. My phone rang. But yeah, I didn't really catch it like last time we watched it, but there's just like this old lady in this car, this old Mexican lady, and they're all just surrounding the fuck out of her, like asking her questions. And then this was, I think, somewhere near Bakersfield area-ish, or I don't know. I think it was Bakersfield.
These guys are all.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like they're out here detaining people. Do you guys have this woman detained? Do you guys have this woman detained? Yeah. You guys are all on. Let me get your names and badge numbers. You don't have a badge number? What's your name? What's your last name? You on the job as well? Falkowski? Badge number? You don't have a badge number? Employee ID number? You don't have an ID number? Huh? So yeah, they sent Nate a message and told him to come check out the area, that they're detaining a bunch of people out here. So we're gonna come out and document what's going on. It just makes me wonder, does the Fourth Amendment still apply? Or they're just gonna go around stopping everybody? You guys just going around stopping people, checking for ID or what?
Can't talk to her right now, man. We do have people you can talk to if I'm here.
Yeah, you have somebody. Yeah, please.
Yeah, we can get them. We're going to be in contact with the public information officer because someone put a Chevron here. Let's see if they're around. We should have one or two.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, let them know what is it, Haggard and 65. The Chevron right by the Denny's across from you.
Yeah, my whole thing is the Fourth Amendment still applies everywhere, right?
We're gonna head over here. Let's show someone where you can talk.
So sorry about that. I had to help my family real quick. So okay. So we asked them if they're just IDing people. He's talking about the Fourth Amendment. And I think the whole thing is you're not supposed to just go up to people and be like, "Hey, show me your ID," you know, unless like they're under suspicion of doing something wrong. In this case, they're under suspicion of being an illegal immigrant. That suspicion is based off of usually their skin color or, you know, some kind of like racial profiling type fucking thing. It's basically profiling. So he's kind of like doing an audit the auditor type thing. And yeah.
All the questions you guys want.
I appreciate.
This is getting very, very, very annoying. It's like Firefox will do this for a while and then it'll stop. I think it's one of my, you know what, I did put a new extension, like a translator. I'll take that off. Remember earlier in the stream I mentioned like this dude was wearing a cowboy hat, it made him look like a sheriff. This is what I meant.
Yeah, my whole thing is the Fourth Amendment still applies everywhere,
We're
right?
gonna head over here. Let's show someone where you can talk to. All the questions you guys want.
I appreciate
You guys
it.
live in Bakersfield?
Huh?
You guys live in Bakersfield?
Man, I'm just one of the people. I'm from this entire country, from sea to shining sea. Yeah,
United States.
that's right. Just one of the people, man.
I hear you.
See how one of the first things he did was he tried to fucking like papers please this guy, you know? Where are you from? Like this is kind of like a use your privilege for good kind of deal. So I'm gonna step away to help my dad real quick. But as this plays out, I want you to look at all the people and try to guess which one are cops, like which one of them are cops, ICE, Border Patrol, and which of them are just regular people. Like try to pick out the plainclothes undercovers from the not undercovers. Because there's gonna be a big reveal.
Without interrupting your video, can I see how your camera thing is? See, it just holds it pretty much?
Yeah. Put lights, microphones.
So it's like a whole professional setup thing.
I mean,
For a cell phone.
yeah, it's not too bad.
I've never seen anything like that. I'm not good with technology.
Of course not, man. You work for the government.
Yeah, good point, man. That is a good point. That's badass. I like that. How much does this go for?
It's one of the little more expensive ones. It's not too expensive, but not too cheap either. You know what I mean? I think it's like 40, 50 bucks maybe.
Oh, really? Okay. Good for you, man. Good.
So I just go out and document, man. Like we received a message saying that people's Fourth Amendment rights are being violated out here, and that's one of the things that we stand on is the Constitution. You know what I mean? I understand new laws come out and new people in power want to come out and implement new things and stuff like that. I don't really get political on my channel. I just make sure that law enforcement knows and understands that people still have constitutional rights.
Absolutely.
And I found a pattern doing what I do. I found a pattern that the cops don't even know the First Amendment. I began asking. When I started my shit, I started coming like this to law enforcement. But that wasn't really me, bro. That wasn't who I wanted to be because I'm not a natural fucking asshole, right?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to go and talk to people, talk to cops, open up dialogue, find out what's going on. And I found out that not very many of us, the people, and not very many in law enforcement who swear an oath to the Constitution they don't even know what it is, and it's almost embarrassing. It has to be, in my opinion, the biggest hoax perpetrated on the American people, that cops are here to protect and serve, when they're constantly violating people's rights. So many lawsuits, so many civil rights violations, and a lot of the civil rights violations don't get sued because cops have so many umbrellas of protection. And by them not knowing, not even the simplicity of the First Amendment, you know the First Amendment?
Dude, I'm not gonna
You see what I'm saying though?
No, I understand.
It's part of your job. It's a lot of government officials think they can't opinionate, but it's part of your job. You can easily state it, right? But we don't really know it, bro.
Yeah.
Speech, press, religion, assembly, and petition. These mirror our natural rights, bro. And when we don't know them, what the hell are we out there enforcing? Cops are out there enforcing feelings rather than law. And we're seeing that over and over and over again. It's a pattern, and it's an easy fix. And it's something hidden in plain sight. And so what I do is just try to go out and teach people the rights. It benefits everybody. It benefits the people and the cops. Because cops being thrown out there on the field with the gun and the badge and presumed authority turning into unbridled power, it becomes dangerous for everybody involved, including the cops, including the people, including bystanders, including cops calling in other cops for backup because of cameras, risking the people on the road. Bro, there's so much that goes into what I do that I've been able to understand and comprehend, you know, what's going on out there. And I believe it's an easy fix. It's not, I don't do it for a negative thing. I don't have nefarious reasons or intentions in what I do. But we are seeing patterns of things that I believe can be an easy fix. And I don't even believe we need to throw more money at cops to learn to know the Constitution that they swore an oath to. Imagine a mechanic shop trying to hire somebody who doesn't even know what a carburetor is. What kind of mechanic shop is going to hire? Do we really want to train them on the job? You know what I mean? If you're going to go into this job, at least begin to understand and know what you're going to try to do. You know, it's just like, and the people are losing, bro. And the government's growing into this ginormous monster. You know what I'm saying? And the people lose. It doesn't even matter who.
I feel like if this guy's not an abolitionist, like, he's eventually gonna become a police abolitionist, you know? Like, he's on the road to it. And he's got good intentions. It's kind of a chaotic good, I think.
Losing power, bro. The left and the right. The left wants more government, and the right wants to enforce it. And that's a pattern that keeps bouncing back and forth while the government grows big, and the people lose at the end of the day. It's a wild country that we're living in right now, bro. And I believe all of us need to find a way to coexist. You know what I'm saying? Put some ants on a paper and draw a line around them, right? And then you draw, those ants won't leave the area because they think they're stuck in the border, right? That's what people are, man. We act like we can't coexist, bro. Learn a new dance and eat a new food and coexist. And I understand there's a lot of problems, but the government, in reality, bro, I don't believe the government is helping. It's a fucking shit show every which way. You know, the people are good for the most part, bro. I know the people do dumb shit, but when cops have an idea and a mentality of there's no accountability, they got qualified immunity, internal investigations, police unions, so many umbrellas of protection, bro. Wow, it's like a lawless society that's turned into like a mafia, right? The most elite agencies, LAPD, SWAT, there was a lawsuit of a good cop who was being pushed out. He sued and won millions and millions of dollars. And in that lawsuit, it stipulated that the LAPD SWAT.
One thing I'll give Bakersfield is, like, when there were a lot of ICE raids going on, there was a lot of people on the streets protesting it. So that was pretty cool.
America's most elite agency.
We were watching it. We were watching, like, the live, I think, like a week ago.
Right? It's ran like a mafia. It's now in the documents. It's now in the papers, bro. In reality, you guys should be investigating that shit.
I think there's like keep an eye on this window because, like, I'm pretty sure there's just like an old lady sitting in this car, if I remember this video correctly.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I understand and know about what I do, bro, and I try to figure it all out.
Hey, that's what you're, using professionally. You gotta be the best at it, right?
Right.
Good, man. Good.
I appreciate you talking to me, bro, and hearing me out, man. Lending me your ear, you know.
I like your views.
Thank you, bro.
Understand them. Everybody's got different views no matter what.
Word.
So all your PIO guys are actually right here.
This guy with the hat?
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm sure he'll come over to you and whatever.
We'll go around that way and talk to him, bro.
Enjoy yourself, guys. Have a good day.
You too.
We used to at least have like protests like that here. Like back in 2016, there was like a "Not My President," you know. We had the liberals on our side, like they didn't like the whole kids in cages shit, and those pushed back here in El Paso. But it feels like there's a lot less this time around. It feels like there's a lot less pushback and a much stronger push this time, and that's kind of what like bothers me. I will say some of the best people that I've met has been through activism, protests, and things like that. It is definitely a silver lining. Like there was a point in my life where like, you know, I still hung out with all my friends from like high school and like people that I knew because of like proximity, you know. But like a lot of those people were like honestly weren't good friends or good people to be around. And I realized like how toxic it was, and I didn't hang out with anybody for a long time, and I thought like I need to put myself around better people. And like the better people that I came across was like through Food Not Bombs, different like border community activism, like Annunciation House. There was this one called Comiendo Juntos, which is like eating together. It was like a soup kitchen type thing for the migrants. And like I'm still in contact with a lot of people that I could just like cross paths with, you know, be it at a protest or volunteer work, like cross paths with them like once or twice, but like I'm always following them on social media, and like we're always like keeping each other like up to date on like the shit that's going on, you know? I made a lot of really good friends through fucking activism. I almost said Activision, like the people that made Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Political Activision.
He's trying to get her out of the car. She doesn't want to get out.
And if anybody's like still playing the guess which one of them is a cop game, they're all cops. Everybody in this frame is a cop. Even the guy holding the fucking Red Bull can, like way off in the corner left there, also a cop.
Are you with them?
No, I'm just documenting. Well, we got
like they all dress like they fucking like bought an outfit at the neighborhood Walmart that morning. Straight up.
got a message saying that Border Patrol is just stopping people trying to violate the Fourth Amendment rights and stuff, and so I'll just come out and document and make sure that the people still know that they have rights, you know?
Yeah, because why are they pulling people over here?
Are they even allowed? Do they even have
Do they even have jurisdiction?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to document.
We're talking about like
Right.
And how do they know the papers or anything?
Thank you for the follow.
I mean, they just can't go around on a hunch.
Yeah, they don't. Because they're undercovers too, you know?
Yeah, a lot of them are undercovers, yep.
Maybe just trying to set these guys up.
Yeah, so we got...
I'm still trying to figure out. I swear, like last time I watched the video, I noticed there was just like a little old lady like in there.
A message right away, bro.
Thanks for hanging out.
They let us know that they seem to be out there.
But like, look at the way they're surrounding this fucking car, blocking her from leaving the fucking parking space. The way they just box somebody in and put them in this situation.
You know, I make sure, just try to make sure that the cops know their job too, you know?
They're border.
Yeah, no shit. No doubt, bro. I appreciate you understanding, bro.
appreciate
Oh,
you.
yeah, no
Appreciate
doubt.
you here doing that,
Yeah,
bro.
thank you, bro. We got Nate Skates over there on the other side documenting folks. And the guy understands why we're out here as well, man. He understood. He's watching us, and he said that this guy just walked by and said thank you as well. That's what I'm talking about, folks. People just supporting and asking questions about what we do. You know, we're not doing this for nefarious reasons, you know what I mean? I think the people have rights, man, and I get the job. I get what they're saying and what they're doing, man, but I still believe that in America, the Fourth Amendment still applies, you know? Do they even have jurisdiction to go around pulling people over? They're fucking trying to ask the girl to get out of her vehicle. If she was doing something illegal, then why aren't the fucking regular police here? Why is it these guys? Do they have jurisdiction to do this? You know what I mean? It's just questions I gotta ask. And sorry guys, I'm not really reading the chat right now.
He's making a lot of really good points. He's asking a lot of the right questions. And I think, did the mayor of Bakersfield deny police involvement with ICE raids? I don't remember. Because this is all Kern County. Because if they're saying that, like, they're not cooperating with ICE, this definitely looks a lot like a guy in a police vest. Yeah. Because this looks a lot like police cooperating with ICE.
Just trying to record and document what's going on. It's good to know you're in here. Press on. Folks were looking for you this morning for some reason. I guess they weren't able to get a hold of you or something.
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit.
I thought they had to set up checkpoints. They're just going around to stop pulling people over. There's a reason why the PIO hasn't come up to talk to me yet. I don't know where Nate Skates went. Oh, he's right there chilling. What's up, Angry Vet?
Like, just imagine, like, you're the person in this black car, just trying to get home from whatever this is, a grocery store, pharmacy, I don't know where they are. Maybe a restaurant? I don't know.
We're live too, bro. You can finish watching it in the car.
Okay, what is this one?
I gave you my card.
Oh,
Yeah, just hit the link or scan it. You'll go right to it. Yeah, get you, bro. Thank you.
Not only that, like, what would happen if there wasn't this guy here recording with his phone, like, kind of standing his ground? Like, what would have happened if, like, he was not there recording? Would they have just disappeared this lady and towed her car away? Because that's kind of like what I see sometimes. When I catch it kind of late and nobody's there questioning them, I didn't really... I've been kind of, like, beaten by cops, so I'm a little bit less brave, I'll admit. But they fucking... I've had a lot of police harassment. But if this guy wasn't there, like, holding his fucking ground, they probably would have detained this lady, put that car in a fucking flatbed, and drove out of there. I've seen it before.
see what this guy has in his vehicle over here. Yeah, they're sitting here trying to figure out what they're gonna do.
Well, I mean, the cowboy hat's got police badging. But usually the cowboy hat, like usually when I see the cowboy hat in the olives, I assume it's a sheriff, but sheriff don't usually have police on the back. So I'm guessing the cowboy hat must be PD, right?
If they think that
But also the plainclothes, possibly as well.
they're gonna wait for me to leave first, and they're mistaken. Hey, for those of you who are trying to attack the Angry Vet, let me tell you guys something. I haven't seen the Angry Vet take from anyone. I've only seen the Angry Vet help people out. So those of you who are listening to somebody else that the Angry Vet is a bad dude, you might want to reconsider and stop being a follower, but try being a leader, and you know, and see things for what they are. You know, I don't believe that the Angry Vet is a bad person. I'm throwing that out there for you guys.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I just read a comment in there, somebody trying to say something bad about the Angry Vet. You know, I hear that a lot now from certain few folks that are trying to troll. But, you know, you guys don't listen to them trolls, man. You guys don't gain no credibility here. Hey, man, when you called out here, come speak to us. You the PIO?
Speak to our new video?
Yeah, I asked.
Hold on, let's go back to normal speed.
One of the agents over.
Oh, it does say Border Patrol, federal agent. Okay, so he's federal. Yeah, maybe the plainclothes.
Over there to call somebody out I can speak to.
Okay, who am I speaking with?
I'm just one of the people. I'm just a local journalist here, and so we
Do you
were.
have the name of the outlet?
No.
So then you're just general public looking for some information, is what you're saying.
So you know the people do have. There's 5 fundamental freedoms to the First Amendment, right? Speech. I'm not gonna cuss you out. But I have the right to. Freedom of press. So any one of the people can be part of the press. Member of the press, right?
I'm talking to, but like you don't have to tell me.
Right. I just have a couple questions regarding what's going on. So we were sent a message saying that people are getting pulled over out here by Border Patrol and there's possible Fourth Amendment violations. The only question I have really is, Fourth Amendment still stands, right? You guys have jurisdiction to actually pull people over and just stop people willy-nilly on a hunch?
So you know we have levels of reasonable suspicion that our agents will go through, and I'm not going to get into every single incident because I don't know every single incident what their particular suspicion was for a particular stop, but that's what they're making us.
So does a person have to look a certain way, certain color of hair in order to stop them, or what's the deal on that? Does that make it reasonable suspicion?
No, we're not going to get into that because I know what you're trying to do.
What is that? I mean, these are legitimate questions that stand with the Fourth Amendment.
I understand that. But if you're suggesting that we're pulling people over based on race or skin color, then you're wrong.
Yeah, so we did get a message. People did ask us to come out here and ask questions and find out. One of the things that we do is document and ask questions. I do not come up with the middle finger up, right? I'm not pissing you guys out. I just have, and one of the agents over there did have an amazing conversation with me. Awesome. Sounds like a good dude, right? But it's our job as well as the people to hold you guys accountable, the government accountable, right? So that's what we're trying to do, man. We're not trying, no nefarious reasons at all, man. We just want to make sure that you guys abide by the rules too, right?
Well, thank you for keeping us in check.
I appreciate that. So there are 5 fundamental freedoms to the First Amendment. It's not an opinion. You can't answer that because it's part of your job. Yeah, you know them? Sorry? The 5 fundamental freedoms of the First Amendment. Before I get out of here. Let me just get your name real quick, man.
Look how fucking tall that fucking Tahoe is, dude. Like, fucking cop cars just got replaced by these giant fucking SUVs.
David Kim.
David Kim? Do you have an employee number?
Assistant Chief.
Assistant Chief? Of all of California?
El Centro Sector.
El Centro Sector?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Five fundamental freedoms of the First Amendment: speech, press, religion, assembly, and petition. All right.
And we're going to get out of here, okay?
All right. Before you get out of here, can I get your name as well?
Elizalde.
How do you pronounce that?
Elizalde.
Elizalde.
The black car's still there. He might have saved someone from deportation. We can't be sure though. I mean, from the looks of it, like, he chased them away. The person's still in the car, as far as I know.
The area for a while, all right? So you guys know. All right, yeah.
I can't tell if those are exempt plates or not, but there's no chrome on the tailpipe. There's no chroma. It's just yeah.
Get your name.
Really a lot of ways to recognize them.
Tapia?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
What's your TikTok?
I don't have a TikTok.
Or what was it, YouTube? I know I've
Very iconic moment coming up.
seen you before.
Yeah? What is it?
I can't remember, but I've seen a few videos of yours.
You're an agent as well?
Yes.
Yeah? All right. I ask every agent, cop, law enforcement, everything, the First Amendment of the Constitution. You know it? Hey, speech, press, religion, assembly, petition. What's up with the tortilla right here, man?
No, man.
Come
That's
on.
my lunch, bro.
Come on, homie. Look at this. Hey, speech, press, religion, assembly, petition. What's up with the tortilla right here, man?
No,
Sorry, I just don't want anybody to miss it. I'm gonna play it again. Oh wait, what the fuck?
Hey, speech, press, religion, assembly, petition. What's up with the tortilla right here, man?
no, man.
Come
That's
on.
my lunch, bro.
Come on, homie. Look at this. You didn't, what'd you do? Take this car from someone and start driving it or what? Órale. Come on, eh? Shit. Snatching up tortillas from
Still can't see if there's anybody in that car.
people.
But like, I hope they drove the fuck out of there and got away.
Just recording these federal agents.
I think that's one still hanging out. There's. Look at this definitely not cop right here.
Just recording these federal agents, stopping people on the willy-nilly, on a hunch. It looks like they're trying to violate people's Fourth Amendment rights.
Oh, they started this shit already.
They start all this shit already, man. You know, the way politics goes is the left wants more government, the right wants to enforce it. So it's a fucking tennis match. The people lose at the end of the day, right? He's one right there. This one of them right there, sitting right there. Do you have another phone right there, please? Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you guys, man. ¿Te van a dejar ir o qué? ¿Los van a dejar ir? Estamos grabando para que no les quiten los derechos.
Oh, no, ya voy a pasar.
También
Le llamamos al noticiero Univisión y a toda la gente.
Ya, nos llamaron a nosotros
Qué
también.
bueno, qué bueno, qué bueno.
Simón.
Yo pensé que estaban con ellos.
No, ellos no.
You guys are not?
No, we're not with them.
No sientan los movilistas.
Huh? Yeah, they're trying to stop him, man. My question is if they're just out there violating people's Fourth Amendment rights. They're ready to go, man. They're ready to go, yeah. Ojalá les vaya bien el día.
Sin razón, si era sin razón, nomás te pararon.
Sí, solamente vine a comprar algunas tonterías.
¿Les parquearon atrás de ustedes, ya?
Lo que quieren saber es nuestro estado y aparte que está haciendo público.
Nada más.
Sí, porque mi esposo no hay problema.
This is from today. U.S. Border Patrol agent fatally shot in line of duty in northern Vermont? Northern Vermont? At the Canadian border? What? This is kind of crazy. Yeah, let's watch the thing.
Border Patrol agent who was shot and killed in Coventry, Vermont, has been identified as David Mayland. It happened yesterday afternoon about 20 miles from the Canadian border while that agent was conducting a traffic stop. The FBI says
A Border Patrol agent was conducting a traffic stop. You know, usually Border Patrol agents don't fucking pull people over. I've lived along the Mexican border my whole fucking life, and not once have I been pulled over by a fucking Border Patrol agent. I can flip off a Border Patrol agent, and they can see me, and they will not pull me over because I got white fucking skin and a fucking Texas ID. What the fuck are Border Patrol pulling people over for in northern Vermont? And when did Border Patrol start pulling people over?
Suspect was also killed, and another suspect was injured.
Is this like another high-speed fucking chase? They say fatal shooting, so is it like a high-speed chase that ended in a fucking shooting? Like,
Injured and taken into custody. Investigators say the public is not in any danger.
Interstate 91, northern border, portion of the interstate closed. They released the name of the agent, 3:15 p.m. Major link to Canadian province and Quebec. The fucking border with Quebec? What the fuck? A state attorney in the neighboring Essex County drove past what appeared to be a U.S. Border Patrol agent traffic stop. The agent was driving an unmarked white pickup truck with a cab on it and red and blue flashing lights. The vehicle stopped what appeared to be a small blue car. The agent was speaking with someone in front of his truck behind the car. Nothing unusual. Bernie Sanders sent condolences to the agent's family and said Border Patrol agents deserve our full support. And Bernie Sanders said, Border Patrol agents deserve our full support in terms of staffing, pay, and working conditions. Bernie Sanders writing for Border Patrol. U.S. Border Patrol agents put their lives on the line every day to keep Americans safe and secure. Yesterday's loss of an officer in the line of duty is a tragedy, and my thoughts are with the agents, family, and colleagues, Shaheen said. I will continue to monitor the situation. But Bernie fucking writing for Border Patrol is fucking depressing. God damn.
This guy says he's got his work here. Yeah, they left him alone because we showed up. Huh? They left him alone because we showed up. Yeah, exactly, yeah. They parked right behind him. I know. I got here like maybe 20 minutes, 2 minutes. See it on Kirk County Activities? Yeah, somebody in the building did. I was shooting something else. That's how we found out. Yeah. No, they saw me right here, but they said it was the shell. And then I looked to my right and they never actually drive the Border Patrol truck. It's usually unmarked ones like that. And I'm used to seeing those. There's one sitting right there. They're just chilling. Yeah, they're just radioing.
If you bought a Tesla, then why are you at a gas station? Here, checkmate, liberal.
Each other, like, check this out. It's still though, that's like dirty. Yeah. Well, I know that they do it this time of year because dealers do the taxes right away. As soon as you get your last pay stub, like as soon as you have the one for the end of the year, they do the taxes right away because they don't want to take it and they want to do the money. But also they know that once you have that money, you can bill somebody out. So even if you drop just a little bit, something's expired, that's all they want. And if you're out, they go all the way till Valentine's Day when people selling flowers. Make sure even when you're selling flowers, like you gotta have a special one just for roses, and I didn't know that because that one, remember where it's a Dutch Brothers now, but right there in H and 58 used to be a flower store.
And I think the rest of it's like he's just hanging out. Yeah. Fucking talk to a business owner that said it was hurting his business. Oh yeah, he kind of like bothers this, like makes this guy uncomfortable while he's like fucking pumping gas. That was kind of cool.
And they have a food, and they are my bread and butter. When I came to this country with the money, immigrant, paying the tax.
The reason that I'm like showing this video that I've already watched is to kind of like show when you see Border Patrol and ICE out in public, if you have the privilege of, you know, citizenship, you know, make them uncomfortable. Make their job uncomfortable as much as you can within the law.
And you people treating everybody
Beautiful.
like a dog?
Wow. Yeah. Huh? No, go look at. Check on. Hurry up, dude. Hurry up. Get the news up in here.
I don't know what this dude's been up to. Wonder if he's got any other, like... I don't know if ICE activities really died down in the area. Yellow bus gets pulled over for being yellow.
I was so close. Right there. Wow.
He's gonna get out of the bus. Come on, go get out of the bus. Get out of the bus. It's a lawful order. I stopped you because your bus is yellow. Your bus is yellow. You weren't wearing a seatbelt. You're required to exit the bus because I'm demanding that you exit the bus. It's for my safety. You're refusing to open the door. I'm not playing this game. Get out of the bus.
Are you not allowed to drive a yellow school bus? Is that like impersonating a fucking like school bus driver or something? Because I guess I could see that kind of making sense, but it's also a little bit silly, you know?
What's up, folks, and welcome back to San Joaquin Valley Transparency. I'd like to thank you all once again for tuning in. Today we're bringing to you folks a video by the way of this channel here, Paul Barger. On April 4th of 2024, Paul was stopped and pulled over by the Arizona State Troopers for transferred to a private...
Wait. When a yellow government vehicle is sold to a private owner, it must be repainted a different color and all official insignia must be removed. School buses must have a sign on the front and rear that says school bus in letters at least 8 inches tall. Yeah, I can kind of see like why that exists, but like, fuck, I don't know. Buy a bucket of Rust-Oleum from the hardware store, I guess, when you buy a bus. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Security guard never heard this before. Young bucks in the department need education, not training. Cops get owned politely. Police chief offers San Joaquin a job. Should I take the money? When Border Patrol slashes American tires.
Look, guys, don't interfere. Just record.
I'm curious about this one.
And
did he get on the news? The news was there recording him?
And you can't let the people know that they have rights not to say nothing.
Don't mess with hardworking people.
He got on the news. Check this guy out.
Look, guys, don't interfere. Just record, and you can't let the people know that they have rights not to say nothing.
Don't mess with hardworking people. They're just trying to live.
I don't think Bakersfield's coming together because they're going after criminals. I seen what the Border Patrol said as far as like they're catching criminals, and yeah, they're gonna catch a couple, and that's what they're gonna put and post to make it seem like what they're doing is legit.
Our community, we have video of agents arresting an American citizen, a business owner, who says the agents slashed his tires before they handcuffed him. Our Cecilia Trevino has been on the story all week and brings us more.
This video, recorded by Ernesto Campos, a United States citizen, shows federal agents detaining him after slashing his tires.
I don't know why he popped my tires.
Wait, did they do it to this guy, the guy that we just watched? I'm guessing the Border Patrol slashed the tires so that you can't run away from them, right? That's fucking crazy, dude. Should we like do a bad translation into fucking Red Note? All right, let me pull it up. I put my cat on Red Note and I used Google Translate and tried to sound out the fucking the Chinese. I don't know if it's terrible Mandarin, but people like understood enough to reply in Mandarin. They understood what I was saying, which is kind of tripped out. It kind of makes me wonder if I find easy enough like phrases, if I could just like fake Mandarin, you know, via Google Translate. Let's take a look at the Zhao Hong Shu fucking feed. I really haven't had anything like obscene on here. Like there's cool Gundam shit. Like look at that shit, dude. Let me translate it too. There we go. Every Cybertruck. This is an American.
Watch. Bro, turn my headlight on. I can't do it from inside the car. Do you see how bright that is? You could take me to the Mariana Trench and you could see for miles.
Sword stuff, car stuff. Train, cosplay, bread. It says balls.
Oh, sweet.
It says balls and then it's like a heart, like a loving emoji.
Entrégame tú la caricia suprema de amor.
I kind of want one of those mixers. I need to get like a bread maker for my dad. My dad likes making bread. Like when I'm making money, I definitely need to get like a bread maker or whatever.
En la mirada que ahuyente esa lágrima tuya y olvide el rencor. Así enamorada nada.
Wait, is that what bolillos fucking like translates to? Bolillos is balls?
夫人扶我青云志，我自踏雪至山巅。
Wait, should this be an alert?
夫人扶我青云志，我自踏雪至山巅。
Wait, I didn't like it. I need to like that. I need to build the algorithm.
夫人扶我青云志，我自踏雪至山巅。
Alright, what else?
Yeah, so basically how it works is it usually starts in summary mode. This is your radio volume, radio seek, like scanning for radio, on and off, climate control on, cool.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. It's like an 80s car. There's a lot less Mangione stuff than when I like initially fucking like got it. Like the first day on fucking Red Note, there was just so much like Luigi Mangione art, and I would like it every time I saw it, so like it should still be in my feed. But like it's notably missing. What have I just put? Okay, yeah, right here. Luigi Mangione, Chinese letters. Yeah, I was like, what happened to all the artwork? Still, like, where did all the drawings go? There were so many paintings. What is this?
Go so fast when I'm up in the whip.
That's what Americans are posting on there. Oh wait, or let me take the translation off, because maybe it's just like... Okay, well the writing is in Chinese. Originally. Talking about Luigi incident from a biopolitical perspective. Through data analysis and other means, the value of a life is quantified as a standard for insurance policies, compensation, and medical resource allocation. The operation of the health insurance system seems to protect the individual's right to live, but in fact, it defines which lives are more valuable and which lives can be sacrificed and others ignored through rules such as price mechanisms. And yeah, they're just summarizing what we already know. I gotta change my headphones, hold on. But yeah, we could probably like do like a bad translation. Fucking Google Translate, post it to fucking... Let me see. Kern County on Zhaohangshu. Ice raid on Zhaohangshu. Chicago stuff coming up. Okay, so people kind of commenting on like the shit that like we already talked about. Spanish phrases 101 deportation ice. What the fuck is this?
La migra.
Spanish phrases.
La migra. They are immigration. No digas nada. Don't say anything. Pida un abogado.
I mean, I guess they're trying to be helpful. Huh. Explosive DIY, and it's a picture of a gun. Is this airsoft? Oh, I forgot to switch over the... I feel like there's a lot of like... My feed's just like... transferred over to like Americans posting mostly, I think, now. I don't think it's really showing me as much of like the Chinese stuff as before, or maybe I'm just getting used to the algorithm. I don't know. I can't tell. Like, what is this? Why is there a picture of a cop car like that's a cool thing? What does it say? Who can say no to an American sheriff? Day 36. Detective Zhang playing with cars. Is this a Chinese cop? Is this a Chinese cop account? And it's just pictures of like sheriff vehicles. And the same, it's the same thing. Every single one says the same thing. I guess they just post a picture of a sheriff truck every day and they say the same thing. That's weird. Why does that exist? What if the 500 billion fucking AI shit is just gonna be used to like take down websites they don't like? I'm still thinking about like what they're gonna do with that.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been a G. If I was you, I would cut up my wrist.
Sorry. The Ferrari F40 is just a very, very cool car. Gundams.
他是给予勇者直面挑战的最强战歌，但想得到它也绝非易事。成百的零件组合，上千道的制作工序，想要把它收入囊中，那可
I've never built a Gundam.
至于它的制作难度以及外形形
I've never bought one of these kits.
我的胃口。
They look cool though.
证明的售价高达2至3万，充分证明了这并不是等闲之辈。
I would be very afraid of my cats getting a hold of it. Like I would need to like build like a glass box.
但我东西想要，钱又不想。
Or else my cats will devour this Gundam.
花钱不算本事，有能耐自己做。整上半身的制作时长大概12天，不管是身心还是设备，全部都是全负荷在运转。难受的是后半夜的天气，弄得我整排皮肤干裂。至此，咱们的 VN 沙地利之旅行程已过大半。当你历经千难险阻，全力以赴的去攻克自己的心魔，从最开始的茫然无措，甚至连最开始的点键分键都弄不清，团队去合力完成它。但
God, this guy goes through. I mean, it looks cool, but goddamn, that is it's a very tedious hobby. It must take a lot of patience. AI cats. We're getting AI cats now.
再带着夜视仪，拿着这个小杠杆，拿好了，趁着夜色和敌人战斗到底，扫起来！
On the day I was born, the nurses all gathered round, and they gazed in wide wonder at the joy they had found. The head nurse spoke up, said, "Leave this one alone." She could tell right away that I was bad to the bone.
Alright, well, I'm done for the day. I'm not gonna do the Adult Swim at home thing. I don't know. I'll do it tomorrow. I just wanted to like actually cover stuff today for once, because it was a busy day. A lot happened. And a lot is going to happen. And yeah. Find some music to exit with. Yeah, it was good hanging. It was a good stream. Thank you for all the raiders that hung around. Let me see if I can raid somebody. Since somebody was nice enough to do that for me today, I could pass it along. Who's online? Who can we send these people to? That's cool. Let me take a look here. What are your suggestions? I'm open to suggestions. Cosmopolitics? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I just saw that. Okay. We're rating Cosmopolitics, so stick around.